What's up, friends? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. You can call me Captain Jack Sparrow. No, it's not his name. What's the name of the main actor from The Expanse? Welcome to Sunday Q&A. Ciotti takes Joshua Bardwell's spot and streams for 4 hours. Big Q&A live stream, as we always do on Sundays. So fill the chat up with any questions that you guys have got. And if things slow down a little bit, we got some stuff that we can do. We're going to review some Ripsqueak footage. Yesterday I flew the 1804 rig on 3.5-inch props as well as 3.1-inch props. I flew the 1504 rig on the Dow 3028s. and I flew the Toka 1505 rig with these GemFan 3052s, crazy pitchy 3-inch props, and the Insta 360 Go. So we can take a look at all that footage to compare those 3 rigs, but also to compare Runcam Hybrid versus Insta 360 Go 2. Not the most fair comparison, because we're comparing a $90 all-in-one FPV and HD camera to a $300 action camera. You know, the Runcam Hybrid built in to these rigs is going to be way more durable because it's, you know, I mean, it's fully enclosed. And I actually have not broken a Runcam Hybrid yet from thrashing, and I've blown one up from not paying enough attention when I was installing it and ripping a capacitor off the thing. But versus, you know, the Insta 360 Go, in admittedly a great mount. This is a McConnell Studios mount that's not quite finished yet. There are a couple last-minute tweaks that need to get done to this mount before they're going to be available. They are going to be available for the Ripsqueak, the 250, and one of those little Armatan frames, the Gecko maybe, one of the 3-inch Armatan frames. There's even a Ripsqueak V1 version of this. Ripsqueak V1, and then this is the V2 version. But they're not quite finished yet. There's just a couple more subtle tweaks that need to get done to it before it's going to be available. I don't know where it's going to be available. Maybe Thingiverse, maybe Etsy. I don't know if Matt wants to sell it pre-printed or just give it away. That's kind of on him. But this is the mount. This is for sure the mount that you want. This little outside bit here is the perfect amount of soft mounting, so that so you can hard mount the Insta 360 Go too if you have absolutely brand new fresh props and motors that spin beautifully smooth and are not coggy or notchy at all. But as soon as you bang up one of these propellers and bend it back straight, with the Insta 360 Go 2 hard mounted, you get jello. And, you know, T-mount is annoying. So, like, T-mount being annoying makes you not want to change the props all the time. Plus, my goal with these Ripsqueaks and just 3-inch HD carrying rigs in general, be that, you know, with the hybrid on board or carrying the Insta 360 Go 2, the goal is to have something that's as good as a 5-inch rig. And with 5-inch rigs, you can smash the living hell out of them, bend the props back mostly straight, and continue to get jello-free footage. Eventually, you do have to change the props, but you can usually bend them back straight a couple of times before you start getting jello. So with these rigs, I have that same philosophy. Also, because T-mount sucks, right? It's just so annoying to constantly change T-mount props. Realistically, if somebody's going to fly hard freestyle, they're not going to be willing to do it. And they haven't been willing to do it, right? Like, when was the last time you saw a pro pilot that flies micros? They just don't, right? Like, it's kind of like me. So, yeah. This mount, I think, is the key for carrying around an Insta 360 Go 2. That being said, the Runcam Hybrid is a hell of a little camera, and it's not as sensitive to jello as the Insta 360 Go 2. So having the Runcam Hybrid kind of hard mounted, it's not totally hard mounted because it's on TPU, little TPU camera holders here, which is a key. Like when you hard mount into vertical carbon fiber plates, the Runcam Hybrid definitely has a little bit more of a hard time with jello. So I do really like the frames that just have the vertical standoffs in the front, so that you can run your own little TPU standoff mount, because it does give this thing, you guys, I'm sure you guys can't see it, but it does give it a tiny little bit of squidginess. which is kind of just enough. That's the technical term, squidginess. So yeah, it's either one of these setups you guys would be really happy with. I am going to continue to test these to try to find sort of the best setup, because what I always try to do is get the entire fleet on the exact same setup. Like it drives me crazy right now that I have one Ripsqueak with a hybrid, Runcam hybrid on 1504s, another one on 1804s, another one on 1505s, and then another one on 1306s. But I'm still sort of in the testing phase on all these motors to see which ones are durable, have the right amount of power, and are as sort of jello resistant as possible. And I'm finally starting to figure those things out as I fly these guys more. I'm starting to notice, you know, one rig versus the next rig that has jello a little bit more often. So yeah, to be really honest, the 1804 rig has been the most impressive so far, mainly because these 1804s have a 3mm motor shaft, which is extremely strong and extremely resistant to bending. And when the motor shafts bend even a little bit on these micros, that creates enough vibes to create nasty jello in the HD cameras. So yeah, the only problem with these 1804s is they're kind of big. I mean, like this, there is no chance of getting this thing under 250. That being said, here in the US, it kind of doesn't matter. But I know that in some parts of the world it does matter. So I'm not gonna have this 1804 setup be like the one. When I pick one of these and say, like, you know, this is the right setup, it is gonna be able to go sub 250. It probably won't be sub 250 on 4S 850 mAh batteries, but 4S 650 mAh batteries fly totally fine. Or the this is the 900, but the 700 looks just like this. The GNB yellow 700 mAh is a fantastic battery as well. So yeah, with the right battery, it'll be a setup that can drop under be sub 250 for all you folks in countries that have lost their damn mind and care about that kind of thing. In the chat, Apache Smoke Wounded Sniper was first. Riot 9, Frank Nicholas, Kevin Sumner, Northern Tier FPV, Riot 9, Dan 636, Compost Pile, Spander, It's Darts, Richard, YouTube just did the thing. Come on. Riot 9, Spander, It's Darts, Richard, Flush FPV, Matthew Vega. Hey, Matthew Vega, what's up, brother? Freelojo, Len H, Dan Richmond, Ram Donko, Don E, Chomper FPV is in the house. Gem Fans' newest sponsored pilot. Mr. Huggy, King Turkey, Family Guyver, Apache Smoke again. Who else? Tom's Lazy, Don E, FPV Trucker, King Turkey. I'm trying to keep my voice down a little bit because the kids are sleeping still. Don E, Brandon McBeans, Dan Richmond, FPV Trucker, Michael D, Metal Dirt Skin, King Turkey. Tweet FPV's in the house. What's up, Dan? How are you? Right 9, Brandon's Big Beans. I think I got most of you folks. If you want the Gangly Man to read your name, gotta get in early, gotta say something in the chat. If you want to talk directly to me in the chat, all you gotta do is type CiottiFPV, like a lot of these beautiful people have been doing. You can put an @ in front of it, but you don't have to. Just type into your message CiottiFPV, no spaces, and it'll show up in orange for me. Martin Wynn with a super chat there. How much is that for? $13.56. Thank you very much, Martin. Let's see if there's a comment on there. Learn everything in acro. Respect from UK. I think so, yeah. I mean, there used to be a school of thought, which was that all of the fastest Tiny Whoop pilots were flying in acro. I'm sorry, in angle mode. So there used to be this school of thought where if you want to be a fast Tiny Whooper, you got to be an acro angle, Jesus. And then for everything else, you want acro. But nowadays, the fastest Tiny Whoop folks are actually flying in angle mode. Acro, Jesus. Flying in acro mode. So yeah, I think it's all acro all the time. What? So this is just stuck. Um, it's just stuck in there. Uh, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to turn it off because it's not going away. It's not Streamlabs, it's Stream something or other. I guess they're having issues. Whatever. Thanks, Martin. Much appreciated, brother. Thanks for supporting the madness. The folks that have tagged me in the chat, Apache Smoke says, "What's up?" and "Hello, FPV family." Dan636 says, "The collective, hey, don't go, gotta go, change some oil. Gonna miss the start of the stream. Don't get too rowdy without me. Deal." Compost Pile says, "Love you." Oh wait, that's tomorrow. That's for tomorrow's stream. Right 9 says 3-inch intro. Nah, 5-inch. Family Guyver says, "What's up, collective?" Kevin Sumner says, "James Holden, Captain of the Roast and I." That's it, James Holden. For some reason, I can't remember James Holden. I'm about halfway through The Expanse, second time through right now. Freeloader says, "Converting my Beta FPV 85mm 2S with HD DVR to a 75mm. That's pretty cool. 85mm is tough, man. 85mm motor to motor ends up running a 2-inch propeller. And man, it gets heavy. Yeah, and tiny whoops don't like being super heavy. So 85 is tough. I am at some point gonna try it as for one of the tiny lifters. But yeah, the problem is that the I think like the only lightweight 85 frame is the Beta FPV 85 frame, and it's not strong at all. The area, or whatever you want to call this, like the guard around the prop is really thin, and it doesn't have this nice little angle on it that a lot of these do. And without that little angle, it just collapses and breaks. So yeah, those 85 frames are just super fragile in my experience. FPV Trucker says, "Good morning." Ramdonko says, "Hummingbird F4 Pro versus Modula 6. Modula 6. The Hummingbird F4 Pro, I had 2 of them and they both blew up. Apparently the new ones are better, but the Modula 6 is just amazing. You can get the Modula 6 with 0802 25,000s, which are the motor that you want. The Modula 6 has a better camera, and it's got regular motor plugs, so you can put any motors on it. The Modula 6 compared to the Newbie Drone Acro B is a more interesting kind of comparison because the Acro B board is definitely better quality, less weirdness. I was actually fighting, I was getting really frustrated last night with this Modula 6 ElRS because there's something really weird going on with the firmware where you can't change the filtering. And the filtering setup is very strange. You can't turn off the gyro. It's really, really, really weird. I think it's a bug in the current version of Betaflight with this, which is kind of like a common thing. Like, Happy Model products tend to also, like, as an example, they tend to have this issue where if you run the battery down too low, it'll completely erase the board. Like, that's a nightmare. Like, that sucks, man. That creates like 15 minutes of work if you haven't been through Betaflight a million times to know where everything is set, or if you haven't saved a diff. So yeah, the Happy Model stuff is really good, but there tends to be like little things about it that can just drive you insane. And I actually eventually just gave up on this. Like, I spent like a half an hour trying to figure out what was going on with this, searching the internet, looking in Facebook groups, doing filtering in the CLI, reinstalling Betaflight, and yeah, just nothing. So I don't know. I mean, it flies okay. The filtering is fine, but there's a definite difference between these two in the flight characteristics, and this doesn't fly quite right, and this does. And it could be because of the filtering. This could just be like over filtered, and I can't fix that because of some weirdness. Like, yeah, and that's a perfect example of happy model stuff. Is like it'll work, but like if you dig into it, you'll find all this like weirdness, like all this kind of half-assed stuff, to be completely honest, that most people won't notice or care about, but I do. So it's a little bit annoying. I think the future for this rig is actually going to be getting rid of this AIO. I'm going to keep the camera in the canopy, keep the motors on here. Actually, here's what the future of this rig is. This is the rig with the 0702s. I figured out on Freestyle Friday 2 days ago that I like the 0802s better. The 0802 25,000s have just enough extra grunt that I really do like the way that they put power down more than these 0702s. These 0702s are great, and you guys would all love these 0702s. Hell, I love these 0702s, but I love the 0802s a little bit more. All right. These 0702s are much better suited for a very lightweight build. Right now, this build is almost in like super lightweight mode, but not quite because of the cockroach frame. I do have a Beta FPV Meteor 65 frame, which is, I want to say, half a gram lighter. Doesn't sound like a lot until you put this on a scale and realize that the all-up weight is like 23, 24 grams, right? At 24 grams all-up weight, if you can save a half a gram, that's like a big percentage change, right? That's almost like a 5% change. So yeah, that will actually make a difference. So this Modula 6 ElRS build, the motors are going to go, and the motors and the props, these tri-blade props are perfect on these motors. These are the GemFan tri-blades, 1219? Yeah, 1219. These props and motors are going to go onto the Meteor 65 frame. I'm going to get rid of this AIO because it's just being stupid. And this AIO is going to either get replaced with a Happy Model Diamond to save even more weight, or a Newbie Drone AIO. I like the Newbie Drone AIO because it's reliable, it's durable, it's properly made. The Happy Model Diamond AIO, just like all of Happy Model's products, is, I'm sure, going to be a pain in the ass. I'm sure there's going to be some stupid thing in there. If nothing else, then the fact that if you over discharge the battery, it wipes the whole goddamn thing, right? Like, there's going to be annoyances to the Happy Model Diamond AIO. It's just, I don't know that for a fact, but like every single Happy Model product I've ever had in the last 5 years has had stupid little annoying things about it, right? And they're just not durable, right? Sometimes they blow up right out of the package. Yeah, there's just a lack of durability. But, you know, I want to give these 0702s the best shot. And I am curious what, like, a super lightweight freestyle tiny whoop is like. And it's kind of a good benchmark, too, right? Like, it's good to have the lightest weight possible setup so that as the sort of the development of the one that I really like continues, I have something to go back to make sure that, like, I'm not getting too heavy, right? Like this build is going to get that heavier weight Newbie Drone frame, just again for testing. I'll probably snag a set of those HGLRC 0802 25,000s to put on here as well. So yeah, this will continue to be like the test bed rig for like what's the perfect freestyle tiny whoop setup. And it'll be really nice to have something that's ultra lightweight to refer back to make sure that you know, if I continue to add weight to this, that it doesn't get to the point where the amount of weight that I'm adding is ruining the flight experience. Thus far, that's not. Oh, look at this. This magnet ring is starting to drop already. This is one of the ones that was on it. Let's see if we can get that pushed back up here. So yeah, that's sort of the future of these two rigs. Realistically, Tiny Whoop's season is about over. So I don't know. I mean, I do love flying here though, but I mean, Maggie and I are only going to be in this house for another 4 or 5 months. So yeah, I'll get it in while I can, because this house is amazing to fly, as you guys have seen on the last bunch of Whoop Wednesdays. Come on, man, this really dropped. Happy Model Motors. I shouldn't say that, because they now have a one-piece bell version of these 0802 25,000s. Man, I cannot get that thing back up. Usually I can just use my fingernails to push it back up. I'll play with that another time. So yeah, there you go. There's some Tiny Whoop talk to get us started. FPV Trucker says, good morning. Ramdonko said, oh no, we got that. Kevin Sumner says, since you posted that Oscar article on capacitors, I just put it up on Patreon. Which size do you use on your RS? Ripsqueak. And have you compared different size caps on them? I have not, and I also didn't have a chance to read, to read that Oscar Liang article. So yeah, you guys know more on capacitors right now than I probably do from that article. These Ripsqueaks are on, some of them don't even have capacitors. The ones that do, they're on all different size capacitors. Basically, the way that I choose which capacitor to put in a rig is I just basically always put the biggest one that I can fit in there. By the way, Kleptox sent me that Oscar Liang article on Discord. So thanks, brother. And then I posted it for all to see. So yeah, I mean, capacitors are very lightweight, and there's no such thing as too much capacitance. So like this rig, this Ripsqueak, for example, well, first off, to back up a little bit, a lot of times with these Ripsqueaks, I'll put them together without a capacitor and see if they run fine. Certain ESCs will be totally fine, like the Speedix GS25, which is no longer made. I loved that ESC because it was BL Heli 32, it was cheap, it was small, it was lightweight, and it didn't need a capacitor. It had enough capacitance on board that you could just not run a capacitor, which is great for these tiny little builds because there really isn't a great spot for them. Now that I've moved away from that ESC, because you can't get it anymore, it's been a lot more of a problem. Like, I'm putting in all these random ESCs to try to find one that I like, and a lot of them won't run right without an external capacitor, which is super annoying. But, you know, kind of is what it is. So what I'll do is I'll just like find a spot where I can fit a capacitor, and then I'll just take my little box of capacitors and just kind of like test fit them until I find one that's going to fit in that location, and then that's it. I'll put it in there, and a lot of times it helps, sometimes it doesn't, but usually it does help. So yeah, this rig that not too long ago you guys saw me put the capacitor in, we did a whole live stream titled like, will a capacitor help this Ripsqueak? And it did. Yeah, I just chose one that fit really well in the little area that I had. On this rig with the 1804s, because of the way that I mounted the VTX and the receiver, there's not really a great spot for the capacitor. So when I was building it, I put one on the battery lead here, which when you put it on the battery lead, supposedly it doesn't work as well, but this rig has been totally fine. I did not fly this rig with no capacitor, so maybe it would have been fine with no capacitor, but in my mind, having it here is better than not having one at all. So if you can't fit one, put it up here on the battery lead. Maybe you'll be okay. Capacitors are interesting, man. On these little tiny lightweight micro ESCs, they just don't have enough real estate to put a whole bunch of the tiny little rectangular capacitors. And when you don't have enough of those little guys, and then you have a setup that's either got noisy, coggy, notchy motors, or really powerful motors, or a combination of the two, the electrical noise can really get out of hand, and you really need to add capacitance, in my experience, with those setups. This rig with the 1505s is on an ESC that came with an FPV crate, and it just has a tiny little capacitor on the battery lead, but it's been totally fine. So that's kind of interesting. This is like the cheapest ESC that's in any of these rigs, but it's clean enough. Mainly because it had this cheapo ESC has more of the little rectangular capacitors on it than these more expensive ESCs, which, you know, I mean, that's super interesting, and that kind of lends itself to us saying buy whichever ESC you can find with the most little tiny capacitors on it, because again, it's hard to fit. Like this build, since it's for the Insta360 Go, it's only a 2-high stack, so the standoffs are slammed. These are like 20 millimeter. That standoff is that screw is very loose. Yeah, it's a slammed build, so now there's really nowhere to put a capacitor. So yeah, there's that. Get this screw tightened down a little bit. FPV Trucker says, how can I update my OG Beta 65 with an F3 board on 3.3.3? Betaflight no longer supports F3 on present day configurator. I don't know, FPV Trucker. I just one of these little brushed tiny whoops that I was just working on is an F3, and I just said to hell with it and put 3.5.7 on it, and I was like, it's fine. 3.5.7 is the same thing as KISS, and look how many people absolutely lose their minds about KISS. So, you know, just tell people you have KISS on it. Just put 3.5.7 and then just tell people that you have KISS on it, and you won't really be lying. I mean, your flight firmware will be from the same time period as KISS, and it'll fly pretty much the same as KISS. So, you know, is what it is. So this is stripped out. That's why this won't tighten. So that's interesting. The standoff is stripped out. Oh man, both of these rear ones loosened up. That's wild. I wonder if the fronts are okay. Yeah, fronts seem like they're okay. This is one of the issues with this mount that we're still figuring out, is that it really covers up the front screw heads. So to get a driver in there, you got to really flex the TPU, and it really doesn't like it. I'm actually not going to do it now. Let me put this in real loose, like, oh, I can't. It's so stripped out that it just falls in there. Well, I'll just leave it like that. It'll be fine. All right, what else is going on in the chat here? Monitorton says, any chance you can convince him to do one of those mounts for the QAVS Mini? Did I see him in the chat? Once we have the mount like totally figured out, then maybe we can start moving it to different platforms. But right now we're still figuring out like the mounting solution and stuff like that. So remind me of that, Metal. TweetFPV says, yo, what's up, brother? Espander says, are those 1505s less notchy than the 1606s? Absolutely, Espander. The Toka 1606s are bad. Do not get that motor. Way, way, way too coggy. These Toka 1505s are the complete opposite. They are brilliantly smooth. I didn't have them at the time that I was doing the notchiness test, but these might be the smoothest of the motors that I've ever seen. They are just, I mean, you can see it. Like, as I do this, you can see it. See how it doesn't, like, slam into place? I can just turn it a little bit at a time. That's one of the ways that you can tell that a motor is not notchy. I don't have any coggy motors to be able to show you the opposite because coggy motors are bad. But yeah, one of the ways that you can tell a motor is you can just spin it a little bit and it doesn't go like boing back into like a big notch or cog. I lied. These 1804s are the least coggy. God, I love these motors. Ugh. These are so good. Oh my God. Are those motors coggy? No, I just don't. Coggy motors are bad. I don't have any of them. I do have a bunch of them, but I don't have any of them on rigs. TweetFPV says, but is the frame smooth? Dan is referring to either my rants on how all reviewers always say that everything that they're reviewing is smooth, or maybe he hasn't seen me rant because it's like a known thing that. But at the same time, like when you're reviewing something and you inevitably run out of things to say about it, for some reason your brain just pulls the word smooth out of your ass and says that. And then, like, for me at least, as soon as that comes out of my mouth, I'm like, oh, you dummy. There's Martin Wynn's 10-pound super chat. Thanks again, Martin. Let's see if it's cleared out yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's gone from the little area here. Hey, this is my full-time job. If you want to see these live streams continue, I need your support. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com, click some buttons. There's a bunch of affiliate links. There's an Etsy store where you can buy some fun stuff. There's a Fiverr page where I'm going to work with you one-on-one. There's a Teespring store with some fun t-shirts and mugs and hats. Not hats. Thumbs up on this, comments, subscribe, bell, all that good stuff helps me. Yeah, do it, and I'll keep going. Thanks again, Martin Wynn. We got a little bit of free Lojo. He says YouTube just did the thing. Trying to find my spot. Ooh, Metal Dirt's with a super chat. We're getting there, Metal. No, let's skip ahead. Metal Dirt's with a 777 super chat. He says, can you tell us what BlueJay settings you ended up with on the 0802 ElRS rig? Having some motor start issues with mine. Turn it all the way up, Metal. I just turned both of the startup values all the way up. There is an article that somebody sent me, but it's on the computer at my apartment. With a conversion chart, BL Heli to BlueJay, but it doesn't matter. Just turn both of the startup sliders all the way up. Well, for you, it's this way. Turn both of the startup sliders all the way up, and your problems will go away. There's also the multiplier. You can also move the multiplier up, but with those two sliders all the way up, it'll run totally fine. And I didn't see any disadvantages to having that. So. I mean, speaking of, this is the Modula 7 ElRS, and Freestyle Friday was pretty much the last time that I'm going to be flying this in this stock configuration. These motors are going to get yanked, and they're going to be put onto a tiny lifter because they're 1.5 millimeter motor shaft, so they're going to be strong enough for those heavy ass tiny lifters to still be reliable. I'm not going to crash it on purpose, but if I do crash it, it won't bend these motor shafts nearly as easily as 1 mil. So these motors are coming off. I think the rest of it's going to stay, and I think I'm just going to experiment with some different motors. The first set of motors I'm going to put on here are 0802 25,000s because I think that these... So I tried this rig on the GemFan tri-blades, and I didn't like it. It is very overpropped, and that's a stator volume problem. But man, these biblades perform really, really well. These GemFan, what are they? 1610? Yeah, 1610 biblades. These are really well balanced and they perform really, really well. So I think they just need some more kV. So I'm very hopeful that I'm just going to put the tiny, I have a set just sitting of the Tiny Whoop 0802 25,000s. I'm hoping that those motors have enough kV to really wake this thing up a little bit. This frame, this new Modula 7 frame is really nice. I'm really impressed by this frame. This AIO in here is fine. There's that weird startup power problem. But other than that, it's fine. This canopy and camera are great. So yeah, I'm sort of cautiously optimistic, I guess, that 0802 25,000s. And I have heard, I think it's Infinity Loops that has this very similar setup on 0802 25,000s, the HGLRC motors. And I think it's his like preferred Tiny Whoop setup. So yeah, I'm optimistic about that. All that being said, I still don't think that this is ever going to fly as good as these. It's certainly never going to be as light as these, just because the frame is bigger. The frame being bigger, the props being bigger does give you a little bit more runtime, but I don't care about runtime. It's quick, it's easy to swap Tiny Whoop batteries. I'll take a 1% performance increase from it being lighter weight, and I'm just making up 1%, right? I'll take any performance increase that kills battery life over, yeah, more runtime. That's just me. You know, these batteries are cheap. They're quick to change. So anything I can do to get more performance, I'm going to do. But this is still interesting. This is an interesting build, and I have it, and it's very clickbaity right now. So I'm going to continue to sort of develop this or whatever, which I think has value, right? Because like the motor swap that I'm going to be doing on this is going to be 12 screws and 4 motor plugs. So, you know, for somebody that wants a bind and fly with good with better runtime than like the Modula 6 ElRS, yeah, it'll be cool for me to have developed this and tell them like, hey, get the Modula 7 ElRS, but then just swap the motors out. What I'm really curious about is when I swap the motors out over to 1mm motor shaft, is the durability going to go to hell? It very well might, but it might not. With biblades, it might actually be okay, because when you smack into something and the duct pushes into the propeller with a biblade, as you can see, it just pushes the biblade. Not always. If it hits absolutely perfect, it'll put the energy into the biblade, into the motor shaft, and potentially bend it. But more often than not, when it pushes, see it? It just pushes the propeller out of the way. And then the duct takes all of the hit. And that's fine. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if anybody wants to see this fly one more time and it's in the stock configuration, I guess let me know. But I mean, I've flown this a good amount on Freestyle Friday 2 days ago, and then Whoop Wednesday 4 days ago. So there's plenty of flight footage with this, with a couple different batteries. Last week I even flew this around the apartment with the tri-blades. You can see how badly it flies on those. So yeah, let me know if you want to see anything else with this that I haven't already done in its stock configuration, because it's not good enough for what I'm looking for in its stock configuration. So it's going to start to get torn apart and developed, which is kind of my thing. Family Guyver says, Or no, wait. Metal Dirtskin says, I remember. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Metal Dirtskin, thanks for that super chat again. But I don't want to skip. There's a couple comments that I missed here. Freelojo says, disarmed my Roma F-35 just before smacking myself in the face after bouncing it off the ground. Wow, that 850 mAh packs a punch. Yeah, the 4S 850 mAh batteries are something else, man. They put some serious power down. They are my favorite batteries for these 3-inch and 3.5-inch rigs for sure. Don E says, can you just refresh the scene? Unfortunately not. The source that drives the thing that puts the little jib jabs is through like a website, like some Stream Elements or Stream Labs or something like that website, and you can't refresh it. You just turn it off or you turn it on. It just kind of is what it is. But it looks like it figured itself out, which is cool. John 106 says, just sent you a little something via PayPal. Thanks for what you do. Damn, John, very, very cool of you. I actually don't have my mail opened right now. Let me get it going to give you a little shout out. Oh, very cool, John. John Lees with a $15 basically super chat. If you guys, super chats are great, but not PayPal, YouTube and Google take 30%. If you don't want them to take 30% of your super chat is what it's called, you can go to CiottiFPV.com. There's a PayPal button. And then you can do exactly what John 106 did and just tag me and say, yo, just sent you something on PayPal. And that way, the evil overlords of Google and YouTube won't take 30% of your money. I'm fine with it. You know, YouTube gives me this spot to live stream for free, so it is what it is. But if you guys don't want that, you can do that. To be honest, the most annoying thing is that they take 30%. And then it gets taxed as well. So it's like, last year it was nice because PayPal wasn't taxed. This year PayPal is going to be taxed, so, you know, there'll be a little bit taken out there. But whatever, none of it matters. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate the support in whatever form. If that's just clicking the thumbs up button, that's awesome. If that's sending me some of your hard-earned dollars, that's awesome as well. It all supports this and allows me to keep doing this thing that I love doing and that my mental health issues allow me to do in a way that, yeah, office jobs, desk jobs just don't. All right. Modula Dirtskin. This is the comment I was really looking forward to reading. I remember seeing that filter thing a while back. It seemed like a bug in the configurator. Are you on 10.8 RC3? I think so. Checking right now. Betaflight configurator 10.8.0. I'm just going to download the new configurator. I don't know if on the little top part it'll say RC3 or not, but I'm just going to download the new configurator. Good call, Metal. I was hoping that by mentioning it, somebody in the live chat would say, I've seen that before, here's the fix. And it worked. So thank you, dude. Where's that link? Is this it? Betaflight/Betaflight. Well, this is enough to kind of remind me to grab the new configurator. Let me just search for it. Configurator. Hold on. Betaflight configurator releases GitHub. There we go. Okay, cool. I'm going to just leave this open as a reminder. Good call, brother. I did not even think of that. I just immediately blamed it on Happy Model. Family Giver says, Can you run the original Modula 6 now on anything other than D8? I don't think so, Family Guyver, but I don't really know because I've been on the Acroby boards forever. I stayed away from those original Modula 6. I got one at one point, and I think it let go. I think the gyro let go pretty quick. So, but I think you're stuck on D8, which is what you want anyway, because it's something about D8 is better. The range, maybe. CFPV says, is it bad that I'm building a toothpick that is using singular ESC 2S 1204 5000 kV? When you say singular ESC, I'm going to assume that means a 4-in-1 ESC. I actually really prefer that. It's not much of a weight penalty. It's only a couple of grams, like 2, maybe 3 grams of a weight penalty over an AIO. And you're going to get it's going to be way more reliable. It's going to be way more repairable. It's going to be way less noisy. There's a lot of benefits to building the way that you're building it. 1204 is a great motor choice. 2S is probably not going to be quite enough RPM though. 1204 5000 kV is going to be really good on 3S, even 4S. 4S, it's going to be too heavy, so I would stay away from that. I would go 3S on that setup, or try to find a 1204 that's like 7500 kV or 8000 kV, and then you can run it on 2S. But the 4-in-1 ESC is actually going to be better in a lot of ways than an AIO. So you're going to dig that. Tom's Lazy says, I'm not sure that I can bind the Modula 6 to my QX7 access. Can the SPI be flash on EU LBT? I do not know, Tom's. I'm not the best person for like really technical stuff like that. Joshua just kills that kind of stuff, so I just like leave that to him. He's better at it than I'll ever be. I kind of focus more on like once you're all bound up and up in the air, I try to focus on like the finer points of like flying really well, tuning really well, building really well, stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. My guess is gonna be no, because like access only jives with access. And the Modula 6 is not on access. It's on regular FrSky from what I understand. Don't quote me on that though. But yeah, so I think the answer is no. Maybe somebody in the chat will know better. But yeah, QX7 access is kind of a pain in the ass, because it can only link up to FrSky access receivers. The old ACCST FrSky is what you can link up to regular old FrSky AIOs and receivers and whatnot. Ramdonko says monsoon season in the UK for another 6 weeks. Oof, that's ugly. It's been garbage out here in Atlanta for the last couple of months, but man, these tiny whoops fly really well. So I've not been nearly as antsy this winter as I have in the past with like not being able to fly, because yeah, these new tiny whoop builds on 0802s, high KV. We've got a bunch of really nice new batteries. The new Gem Fan props are amazing. They're not all that new, but yeah, they're amazing. Ramdonko says, so the thumb is Runcam's new little competitor for the Insta360 Go. Ram says, so the thumb will or won't fit in the same cage as the Insta360 Go. I can all but guarantee it will not fit in the same cage as the Insta360 Go. The thumb is much narrower and wider than the Insta360 Go. So yeah, I can pretty much guarantee that you're going to have a specific mount for the thumb. Unless you use one of those simple, like, single loop mounts, then maybe I guess there's the chance that roughly it'll fit, or you can like shim it up with electrical tape maybe. But I don't like those mounts because the camera just flies right the hell out of them. So, although the Runcam thumb is only $50, with the Insta360 Go 2 being $300, I don't trust those mounts at all. Plus, it's 26 grams, so it's really trying to get out of there. The thumb is 9 grams and it's only $50. So maybe, especially if you're trying to save weight, screw it. Throw it in one of those super simple, super lightweight mounts, and if you lose it, you're not out a ton of money. Ramdanko says, do your arm guards on the Ripsqueak touch the motor bell? They do not. They get close. They're probably like, on these 1504s, there's maybe like 1.5 mil, maybe 2 mil of clearance. On these Toka 1505s, it's about the same amount. Yeah, about 1.5 mil to 2 millimeters of clearance. So yeah, close, but nowhere near close enough to cause problems. And then on this 1804 rig, for some reason I don't have them on here. That was an odd choice. The rig with the heaviest rig with the biggest motors, I don't have any arm guards on it. YouTube just did the thing. Hold on, let me get this bot out of here. Hide user on this channel. All right, cool. Acro Weeboo says, the balance is getting good magnets with good spacing. Sometimes a smooth motor is just cheap ass magnets. What are you, small bug? Yeah, there's so much to motor design. It's very easy to just like focus on coggy and not coggy. That's the easiest thing. How that cogginess occurs can be so many different things. It's air gap. It's what magnets. It's how many magnets. It's there's a lot. There's a lot of different things that can cause less or more cogginess. But in 5 years of building micros, the one constant is that when I get a motor and I just turn it by hand, if it feels really coggy and really notchy, it flies like ass. It makes a ton of power, but it flies terrible. It's hard to tune. It causes jello in the HD feed. The end. Like 100% of the time, when I turn a motor with my fingers and it feels notchy and coggy, it's a nightmare. And I don't even bother testing them anymore. There was like a 3-year period where I was hell-bent on making those motors work, mainly because they were the only motors that we had access to on micros. This is back in like the Acrobrat days. Eventually, Tommy put out the 1507, his 1507, which was like one of the first times that we had a smooth, big stator volume micromotor, and they were great, but unfortunately they were incredibly fragile. But that was a huge sort of epiphany for me, because like the RCX previous to those, the RCX 1304 made by sold by MyRC Mart, was kind of it. Like that was kind of the only smooth running motor, and I had a feeling that had a lot to do with it. But Tommy's 1507 was like the second time and it just kind of smacked me in the face. It was like, oh, of course, this makes a lot of sense, right? If you turn a motor by hand and it's like when it's being spun, it's going to be doing that same thing, but at like 10,000 or 1,000 hertz or 800 hertz or 600 hertz or whatever. So yeah, but how that like I said, how that cogginess occurs is related to a whole bunch of different issues. Akarubu is dead on the money there. LEFPV says, I had an argument about coggy motors. He said they have more magnetic power. They do, yeah. Coggy motors almost always make more power, but I would rather have a motor that tunes well and can create HD footage that doesn't look horrible. But that's just me. If you're building a full tilt race rig, then Kagi motors are totally fine, because who cares if the FPV feed is jiggling around all over the place? As long as you get around the racetrack faster, that's all that matters. You could actually argue that with how impossible those Kagi motors are to tune, that you won't be able to get a locked in enough tune, and that a smoother running motor with a better tune might perform better on the racetrack. But now we're getting into like racetrack dependent stuff, right? Like if it's a really tight and technical track, you won't be able to use that extra power. If it's a big ass open field spot, well then the Kagi motors are going to demolish, because you'll be able to put the nose down and go literally 100 miles an hour in between the gates. So CFPV says, so are smaller motors Kagi? Nope. Cogginess has nothing to do with the size of the motor. 5-inch motors have had a much longer development cycle, right? 6, 7, 8 years. Those motors have been developed by, all of the top pilots in the world, right? Because those are all the guys that started back then. So yeah, the bigger motors, the 2206, 2306, 2207, 2208, those motors have had a much deeper, longer development cycle. And during the course of that development cycle, very obviously, these motor manufacturers have realized this, that when they make the motors Kagi, they suck. With micro motors, our development cycle has been about 2 years, maybe, and like nowhere near as deep in these last 2 or 3 years. So yeah, that just has not happened yet, but it is certainly starting to happen. Like most micro motors that come out now are smooth running. So the motor, it's just super obvious. The fact that anybody is still arguing with me. Oh, I can't even think of his name now. Who's the guy that always argues with me on Bardwell's stream? Crunked. Crunked. The fact that anybody still says that motor cogginess doesn't matter, it's just wrong. It's just like 100% wrong. I've talked to Ryan Harrell about it over and over and over again over the years. And yeah, Ryan's like, yep, absolutely. So it's, although it makes sense, Crunked has zero experience with building anything other than 5-inch rigs. It's great that he's built and owns like 20 some odd 5-inch rigs. Like that's awesome for him. I'm very happy for him. But every time he argues with me about it, I'm talking about micros, and he has zero experience with micros. So he's what is it? Correlation is not causation. It's fine. Some people need to always be the smartest person in the room, and that's cool. I'm never the smartest person in the room, and I'm proud of that. I always prefer to be just a person in the room that has some info to give, and anybody that wants to receive that info, that's awesome. Anybody that doesn't, that's cool too. So yeah, the size of a motor has very little to nothing to do with how coggy it is or isn't. Kevin Sumner dropping the link to Patreon. Thank you, brother. Frank Nicholas dropping CiottiFPV.com. Thank you. Freelojo says, I wonder if the timing of the thingy is tied to the size of the super chat. Oh, that's a good point. That is certainly the case up here in the live chat. The live chat little thingy on the top of the screen is definitely tied to that. Steady Eddie, thank you very much, my man. Super chat of, nope, I guess it's not, because that was a $4.99 super chat and it just went right away. So I think the Streamlabs or whatever I'm using was just bugged out for a minute. Akruweebu says, here's what we put on the new Bind and Flies. Following settings: minimum startup power 1125, maximum startup power 1300. Awesome, dude. Thank you for that, Dalton. So those are some Blue Jay set. Hey, Dalton, is there 4.3 RC3 for the Acro-B boards yet? I'm trying to. I would love to get, probably not, and I don't blame Newbie Drone at all for not making their own specific version of a release candidate. Like, that's kind of insane, but I have to ask because I'm trying to get these two rigs as close as possible. This one's on the stupid Happy Model board. This one's on the brilliant Acroby board. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, which makes a lot of sense. For anybody that doesn't know, Newbie Drone, to save space on their Acroby boards, they do not use the standard OSD chip because it's huge. If you ever look on any flight controller, there's this big ass rectangular long chip on there. It's usually the biggest chip on the board, other than in some cases the actual processor. That's your OSD chip. It's like an old OSD chip that's been around forever that works fine, but it's huge. So Newbie Drone removed that chip from their boards, and they use a much smaller chip to run the OSD. The only problem with doing that is that smaller chip does not jive with standard Betaflight. So Newbie Drone has to write a customized hex for their boards every single time that a new Betaflight comes out. So the reason why I'm saying that they probably don't have a Betaflight 4.3 release candidate 3 specific Newbie Drone hex is because why would they? Like, why would they spend the time every single time a new release candidate pops up? You know what I mean? Like, it makes much more sense for them to just wait for the stable release, and this is what they typically do. They wait for the stable releases, and then they release the Newbie Drone specific hex for the stable releases. I just figured I would ask since you're in here. If there is a Newbie Drone hex for Betaflight 4.3 release candidate 3, that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing customer service if there is, that they're willing to put that work into a release candidate that's going to be gone in a minute. Man, I cannot get this magnet ring to move back up on this motor. I've always been able to just force them up. Timing medium high, I think that's default. Demag compensation low. RPM power protection 9x, PWM dither enabled. These are very similar to the Blue Jay settings that I ended up with on the Modula 6 ElRS. But again, as I said earlier, my recommendations for it's not a Modula 6 problem, it's a Modula 7 ElRS problem. What I did is I just took the minimum startup power and the maximum startup power sliders, and I just maxed them out, and that fixed the weirdo problems that the Modula 7 ElRS was having out of the box. Dan636 is back. You missed just, me flapping my gums. Steady Eddie FPV says, is 20 amp enough for a Cinesplorer running 2203 3490 kV on 4S? It's probably just barely enough. I would be more comfortable with like 25 amp, but it should be totally fine. I would be more worried about the fact that it's an AIO. A 20 amp individual ESC would absolutely be enough for a Cinesplorer on 2203 3490s. A 20 amp AIO, yeah, because the AIOs have such a problem with electrical noise, what there's a very good chance of happening on a build setup like that is that at some point, because of the electrical noise, these AIOs are kind of like always at the limit of freaking the fuck out. And when they freak out and the rig starts to oscillate, 4,000 times a second, it's going to try to speed up and slow down the motor. That's going to create a ton of motor heat, a ton of ESC heat, and it's just going to blow the AIO up. So that setup would probably work if you ran the PIDs really low and the filters really high, to make sure that there's as very little of a chance of it, doing any kind of oscillation. But like if you were to bend a prop on that setup or something like that, and it was in the air or you armed it, it would cook that AIO pretty damn quick. So yeah, that setup will probably work, but it'll be like a razor's edge setup. So you would not want to fly that anywhere that's unrecoverable. You would want to just keep that as like a yard basher, because that AIO is gonna pop probably sooner than you want it to. Martin Wynn says, why do you put air mode on a switch? For a beginner on a 5-inch, I have air mode permanently on. Should I put it on a switch? Really, the only reason to put air mode on a switch is if you want to like perch on stuff or like land on stuff. I put it on a switch because I have nothing else on that switch position, so it's kind of like, why the hell not? I almost never land on or perch on stuff. So it's kind of worthless for me to put it on a switch, but yeah, I mean, usually there's nothing on that switch position, so what the hell? I just throw it on there. Lately, on 5-inch rigs, I actually typically don't put air mode on a switch, because usually my 5-inch rigs have black box on the flight controllers, and I use that switch position for black box on, and then so like it's the switch that's above my throttle. So all the way forward, which I can just flick it into the all the way forward position really quickly with my index finger. All the way forward is horizon mode. So if I lose video, I can flick it instantly up into horizon mode. It'll turn on the accelerometer and level out, and then I can add power to hopefully get it up above whatever it is that got in between me and it to make me lose video. The middle switch position is where I will either do black box on or air mode off. And so if it's black box on, I want air mode to also be on. There's no point in black boxing without air mode, because when I go to 0 throttle, it's going to get all angry and floppy and silly. So yeah, usually on 5-inch rigs, and because of the fact that I don't really perch or land on stuff all that often, it's kind of like whatever. On these micros that don't have black box on the flight controllers, because I tend to use older, cheaper flight controllers on my micros, that, you know, there's no black box in that middle switch position, so I'm kind of like, well, whatever, I'll throw air mode off on there. And then inevitably I'll be flying and I'll accidentally put it in that middle switch position, and I'll be like, why the fuck's it acting so weird? Oh, right, because air mode's off. So permanently enabling air mode is fine. It's arguably a good thing. But yeah, that's why I sometimes will have air mode off and on. Crashmore says, last week you were talking about using Throttle Expo for indoor flying. Do you do the same thing with large quads outside? I do. If not, does switching between linear cause any issues / habits? Great question, Crashmore. For a long time, I resisted the urge to use Throttle Expo, and I just used it completely linear, under the thinking of, if I have linear throttle, all of my rigs will feel as linear as possible and as alike as possible. What I didn't realize at the time is every single different motor and prop and all-up weight combo has a different hover point and a different amount of thrust that it's producing at all the different throttle values. So believe it or not, using Throttle Expo on your rigs can make them more similar to one another, which is always what I'm trying to do. I always try to get all of these rigs from 5.5 inch all the way down to 1.2 inch. I try to get all of these rigs to fly as similarly as possible, so that my muscle memory can just develop to, you know, flying drones, rather than I have to have one set or whatever of muscle memory for 1.2 inch props, and another set for 1.6, and another, you know, part of my brain muscle memory for 2.5 inch, for 3 inch, for 3.5 inch, for 5 inch, for 5.5 inch. So yeah, Throttle Expo really does help with that. It doesn't help with your hover point. Your hover point is always going to be dependent upon all-up weight, motor selection, prop selection. But with Throttle Expo, you can make sure that all of your rigs are similarly soft at the cruising point of the throttle. The 0802 25,000s were the most drastic example of this. When I first put these motors on a year and a half ago, it was almost unflyable with a linear throttle. The hover point and the cruising throttle point was just incredibly sensitive. And so I would just always bounce up and down, bounce, 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 bounce. What it also was is that tiny whoops flying indoors appear to bounce more because the adjustment, because you're flying on such a small scale. So like if your elevation goes up by an inch, it looks like a lot because you're flying in a world that's only, how tall are ceilings? 8 feet? So your whole world is 8 feet tall, and then hallways are what, like 5 feet wide? So your world that you're flying in with a tiny whoop is very, very small. So these little changes read through the goggles as a big change. So adding a ton of throttle expo really, really, really helped with these 0802 25,000s. And then I started to play around with it on everything else, and it really does help with everything. I have at least a little bit of throttle expo on pretty much all of my rigs at this point. Some of the rigs have like 20 points of expo. These 0802 25,000s, I have 50 points. So yeah, and I just tune it by, I fly as low to the ground as I possibly can, as often as I possibly can. And when you're really low to the ground, that's where you can really tell how touchy your hover point is. And so basically, every time with any rig that I'm flying, every time that I fly really low to the ground, I just kind of pay attention. And like in my brain is like my ability to fly low to the ground smooth is kind of locked in my brain. And when I'm flying a rig and I'm having a hard time with that, I add more throttle expo and it gets a little bit better. And then and there's a point where it kind of gets good enough where I'm like, okay, I'll stop there. What you don't want to do is just keep adding more and more and more and more and more, because the more throttle expo that you put in, the better it's going to be at your cruising throttle, but the worse it's going to be everywhere else, because it goes from linear, which is like this, to like an S curve, like that, something like that. So in the S curve, in the flattened out spot, which is your cruising throttle, it's going to feel really nice. But then above and below that, it's gonna have that knee in the ramp up, and it's going to become a lot more sensitive. So like if you really put the nose down, you really start going fast, you're going to have to use more throttle, and that's going to put you up into the steeper part, and it's going to be really hard to fly like that. Or if you're doing like a power loop and you want to add like 80% throttle, and then you make a change to 85% throttle, that's going to be a big increase in thrust because you're going to be in the steeper part of that throttle curve. So you want to use as little throttle expo as possible, but enough, in my opinion, so that all of your rigs fly kind of similar. And the easy button to dialing that in, like I said, is just to fly low to the ground. When you fly low to the ground, in your FPV view, you can see the ground move a lot in the goggles. And that's so that is your opportunity to really be able to figure out, hey, am I bouncing up and down? And the whole bouncing up and down thing is very common. Like that is the hardest thing to learn as a pilot. So yeah, that's the cheat code for that. When you're 5 feet up in the air, you can't see the ground all that well. So you could be bouncing all over the place and you just can't see it in the goggles, which for a lot of pilots, like that's fine. For a lot of pilots, they kind of hide their lack of throttle control by just never getting really low to the ground. Because as soon as you get really low to the ground, if you're not like mastered on throttle resolution, throttle control, it's going to look bad because you're going to be bouncing up and down the whole time. So yeah, that's one of those like subtle things that for me, like I can kind of tell like a good pilot versus a great pilot. A great pilot can slam down like 6 inches off the ground and just keep that elevation and just track like beautifully. And it's really cool because it makes flying in a straight line interesting. And I love that. Like I love that ability to just cruise really low and like ultra steady across the ground. And it just like, you can like see it. Like when somebody's watching, you can see them just like get like kind of pulled in, like, whoa, because like nothing does that. Like an RC car with an FPV setup can do that, but it's bouncing all over the place, right? Like Mavics can't do that. They won't fly that low. The sensors will say no. So it's a very unique thing that we can do, but it's also very hard to do. So you just do it a lot, right? And so you're also getting practice at doing it. The more you do it, the more practice you get, the better you get at throttle control. But Throttle Expo definitely helps. Great question, dude. Great question. John 106 says, what with can US exchange and YouTube fees, you would probably owe 30 cents for every buck I send you. Yeah, it's about right. Yeah, it's about 30 cents per dollar is what YouTube and Google take out, which is, I don't know, that's a lot. Like, at first I thought that was their cut and taxes, but it's not. It's just their cut. And like, I don't know, that seems like kind of a lot, but why talk about it? Because it's never, talking about it ain't gonna, it's not gonna change. They don't care. Jellin is in the house. I haven't seen you in a while, brother. Welcome back. Or maybe you've just been lurking. Just built a Shendra and Squirt running stock PIDs, Betaflight 4.2.11. I've upgraded BL Heli 32.8, and the gyro seems to overreact to wind in acro mode. Any tips on fixing that? The Shendra and Squirt is an okay frame, but there are resonance issues with that frame. One of the reasons that I really love the FPV Cycle Cinesplore frame is that it has a lot less resonance problems. It also has removable arms, so if you do break an arm, it's not a complete nightmare. You don't have to completely rip the entire rig apart to switch the entire base plate out. You can just replace the arm. So that being said, so the platform that you're on is going to be harder to fix this issue. So that's just like a little bit of a warning. What you need is more PIDs. You need more P gain and more D gain. Cinewhoops are never great in the wind. Like, they're just not aerodynamic. And when the wind hits them, it causes the wind to move all over the place and swirl and be turbulent, and they're always going to be a nightmare. Which is kind of why it's so important to have a good build for a Cinesplorer, because you need to push as much PID gain in as you possibly can to have any chance at fighting those kinds of issues. So on that frame, you got to be really careful with raising your PIDs, because pretty quickly you're going to get to the limit, because that frame has a lot of resonance. It just is what it is. But yeah, what you need is more PID gain in order to help with that. So make sure that your motors aren't running hot right now. Hover it for 15 seconds, bring it down, touch the motors, fly it around hard, land it as quickly as you can, touch the motors. If the motors are still staying cool, and now remember, this is going to change. Right now it's cold out. In the summertime, you got to retest this. It makes a huge difference, the temperature of the air outside. So if the motors are staying cool, crank all of your P gain values up by 10 points, all of your D gain values up by 10 points, and do that same test again. I suspect on the Squirt frame, you're not going to be able to push it very far. you're probably only going to be able to push it maybe 10, maybe 20 points over stock. With the Cinesplore frame, I'm able to push it 30, 40, sometimes 50 points above stock. And my God, does it fly well once that happens. So yeah, be careful. Make sure you keep an eye on motor heat. You guys should be testing motor heat as often as you can. Pretty much every time you reach down and pick your quad up, there's no reason to not put your fingers on the motors when you're, then putting it back on the deck of your car or wherever you fly from, just to make sure. So it should be in your normal, like, whatever. So yeah, that's what you need, Jalen. You just need more PIDs. And yeah, the reason the Squirt frame has more issues than most of these other frames is because the Squirt was the first one. Like it was the first of the Cinewoop frames, so it didn't benefit from the R&D cycle that our products get when we buy them and start flying them and bitch and moan on Facebook groups and or provide feedback to the manufacturers. The Cinesplore is like the last of the Cinewoop frames to come out. So it had it pulled upon the most possible R&D cycle. What I would not say pull that thing apart and swap the frame. I would say fly it hard. Eventually you're going to break that frame. When you break that frame, you're in for a couple hours of work because it's a solid base plate and you're going to have to rip the entire build apart. At that point, put it into spend the $30 or $40 or whatever it is for the FPV Cycle Cinesplore frame and just put it into the Cinesplore frame. And then you'll get much better flight performance. You'll get removable arms. And yeah, you'll have a better time. Jackalope FPV says, I'm on the top of a mountain right now taking a break from a hike. Nice, Jackalope. That's cool, man. Did you bring your gear? Derv says Red Pine should work. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, Derv. Ramdonko says, looks like Dal and Gemfin have a load more 3-inch props out. Are you saying, are they coming out with a load of 3-inch props? Or like you comparing them to HQ or something like that? Family Guyver says, we love the things you do. Thank you, brother. Try my best. Try hard. I'm always kind of thinking about, what do you guys want to see? So what's nice about doing this full time is that, 8 to 10 to 12 hours a day, my brain is thinking about FPV. Like when I had a desk job, 8 to 10 hours a day, my brain was thinking about being a project manager and my clients at work. Now I can spend all of that time thinking about FPV. And it allows me to make much better content and figure out what you guys want to see more. And you guys do. You guys continue to do this, right? Like I wouldn't be able to do this full time if it weren't for each and every one of you beautiful bastards. So yeah, thanks guys. It's rad. This is quite the journey that I'm on, and this year is going to be a big year for it. The flying gigs are already starting to take off. I had 2 last week. I have 1 scheduled for this week. And the weather is still kind of shit out. So once the weather gets nice out, this should be a big year. And I can't wait. I really can't. These flying gigs pay incredibly well. And that is going to relieve a lot of the stress on you guys, basically, right? Like I won't have to shill as often. I'll be able to spend more time just like buying stuff to test and just, focusing these live streams on the testing rather than, hey guys, make sure you like and subscribe. Like I don't do that much as it is, but like, it would be nice to have streams where I just come on and just rip through FPV stuff and not talk about super chats or hey, go to my website or anything like that. and just to have a little bit more funding for like, one of my favorite things to do is, hey guys, what motor size are the most of you, looking at right now? 1404 is awesome. I'm gonna buy one of every single 1404 that exists and test them all. Like, I love doing that. That's like arguably my favorite thing to do, but it's expensive. Like that's like, that could be like $500-$600 in motors. Probably not that much, but you know what I'm saying. And then, it's 1404s today, and then 3 days from now, ElRS pops up, and it's like, oh, all right, well, I want to test all the ElRS stuff, and I'm in a really cool situation where I can do that, and then I can put a lot of those things into giveaways. So it's like this really nice little cycle that I can do. But yeah. And it'll be nice to be able to like upgrade some of my gear. Like this laptop sucks. I have the Mac Mini, which is amazing. I just need the time to get it like fully ready to go. Yeah, I use like really, really old DSLRs. It would be nice to have a camera that's 1080, not 720. So yeah, it'll be cool to have a little bit more budget for some stuff, and to not have to bug you guys so much for support. But I mean, the fact that you guys support me as much as you do is just incredibly flattering. Incredibly flattering. Kevin Otto says, my Modula 6... YouTube just did the thing. No amount of money will stop YouTube from doing the thing, unfortunately, though. Where are we at? Steady Eddie FPV with a $4.99 super chat for CiottiFPV to get a bot screamer. If you haven't seen it, check out Bot Grinder's latest video. I kept thinking of you. Yeah, make sure you guys check out Bot's most recent video. It's absolutely hysterical. Hold on, let me find where I'm at. I think I'm pretty far behind. All right, let me go a little bit faster here to get caught up. Although this is a Q&A stream, and we've got tons of time. What is it? It's 2:30. We got another 2.5 hours, so I'm not going to speed up. Kevin Otto says, Modula 6 ElRS keeps freaking out. All the motors are definitely going in the right direction. Props are right. I can't figure it out. Have any idea. To troubleshoot a rig, Kevin, like I need all the info. Like what you gave me is like maybe 2% of what I need to know. I need to know, like, some of the most important things are, has it ever worked? What was the last thing, if it has ever worked, what was the last thing that happened that started it freaking out? I need to know a lot. Like, I need to know the history of this rig, if I have any chance of troubleshooting it through, text, basically. So type everything that you possibly can into this chat, and I'll give it a shot. Or over on Fiverr, I do one-on-one sessions. Realistically, that's kind of the only way that I can reliably troubleshoot stuff, because then we've got a one-on-one video connection. You can hold it up, show me different stuff. You can share your screens, show me beta flight, things like that. So either or. If we're going to try to do it in this chat, though, you need to write like a paragraph. I need to know like everything if I have a shot. I also need to know like what freaking out means. Freaking out could mean it catches on fire. It could mean it flies away. It could mean it starts playing a little song. I need to know like very, very specific. So you got to be super, super, super specific if I'm going to be able to troubleshoot it. Acro Weebu says, I believe you can use it. I don't know who asked the question, but LBT is slower. LBT. What's LBT? LBT is slower, so I think it works on access. You just need to select LBT as the protocol in Betaflight. I think this is in reference to the ACCST access question. It looks like you guys are talking about it in the chat, though, so I'm willing to bet. And it looks like TweetFPV is weighing in, so I bet you TweetFPV already. Dan Tweet is super talented in troubleshooting stuff. So if he's talking to you guys about it in the chat, it's probably already figured out. So I'm just going to move on. Tag me if it's not figured out, and I'll see if I can help. But to be honest, TweetFPV is probably better than I am at troubleshooting stuff like that. So you're probably in better hands with him in the chat than me. Riot9 says, naked thumb, 4.5 grams, LOL. Love this hobby. Save weight at any cost. Yeah, I actually, somebody posted that somewhere. That Kevin Gomez just joined the Patreon. Welcome to the collective, my friend. Yeah, I saw somewhere that the naked Runcam thumb is 4.5 grams. That's wild. I did also hear somewhere though that the video quality is awful on the Runcam thumb. So that's kind of a bummer. But Metal Dirtskin says those Flash Hobby 2004s are crazy smooth. They are indeed, but feel really cheap and flimsy. They do indeed. Plus, I tried them on 250 with 3.5-inch props, and they eat batteries in about a minute. Yikes. That's not gone well. One of the other problems that those Flash Hobby 2004s have is that the mounting pad and the top of the motor are completely flat. So there aren't many propellers that'll sit all the way down. Like the GemFan 3520s will, because they're a very flat propeller profile. But like the Emax Avan props, that the blade profile swoops down a little bit, they won't work. The GemFan 5 blades, they won't work either because they kind of have the same thing. So yeah, the Flash Hobby 20, wow, that's wild that they're eating batteries that quick, Metal. That's weird. I wonder what's going on there. That's very strange. Usually smooth motors are more efficient. Strange. I love the KV of those Flash Hobby 2004s, and I love how smooth they are. But I'm terrified to run them on one of my Cinewhoops because I'm afraid they're just going to come apart because they do feel very flimsy. And I can't have that happen on a gig, so I haven't put them on. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I really want to run them because they're 4000 kV, which is the perfect kV, and they're nice and smooth, so they won't cause jello. The reason in my experience that smoother running motors are more efficient is because you can be more aggressive with the tune. With Nachi motors, technically Nachi motors should be more efficient because there's just, the magnets are kind of doing more, but they're so much harder to tune that usually they're speeding up and slowing down the motor in some extent, and that just kills the battery. That just kills battery life. So technically speaking, a really coggy motor with a really loose tune is going to be more efficient. But you know, I like my tunes like I like my women, tight. I hope Maggie's not watching. I'll get in trouble for that one. No, I won't. She'll just laugh her ass off. Derv says, I had good results with the Emax RS2 1306 and 1408, and they are super coggy, tightest air gap ever. My experience with the Emax 1306s is that they're pretty smooth running. I haven't tried their 1408s, but yeah, the Emax 1306s, when I compare them to 60 or 70 probably is what I've got other motors. Yeah, those Emax 1306s are pretty smooth. They're probably in like maybe the top 20% of all the motors that I've ever tested. So yeah, that's interesting to hear. I don't know if maybe, I guess question one, would be, like what's your what's your sample size, right? Are you comparing those to one other motor that you own, or 10 or 100? My next thought would be, I wonder if Emax changed the way that they're making the 1306s, and now all of a sudden they are more coggy. When I bought my 1306s, it was probably 2 years ago. and it won't. And if that's the case, if they are now manufacturing them differently and they are more coggy, that would not be the first time that that's happened. Flywoo did that. The first time I ever saw that happen was with the Flywoo 1507s. And then someone told me at some point that that they bought 4 Toka 1606s, and one of the Toka 1606s was nice and smooth, and the other 3 were super coggy. I bought a Toka 1606 at one point, and it was incredibly coggy. I've talked to a bunch of people in the chat that have said that their Toka 1606s are incredibly coggy. So yeah, it's not outside of the realm of possibilities that Emax changed the way that they made the 1306, and now it is super coggy. It has very little to do with air gap. The air gap has very little to do with motor cogginess. Another sort of, correlation is not causation sort of situation there. Steady Eddie FPV with a... Oh, we got that. Thanks again for the support, brother. TweetFPV says, say it so people can hear it. All SPI-based FrSky boards can do D8. ACC... This is great. Thank you, Dan, for this. This is all new to me. I just don't pay attention to this stuff. I know that I should, but I just don't have the brain space for this stuff. I focus on things that are outside of this. All SPI-based FrSky boards can do D8. ACCST V1 in D16 FCC and D16 LBT. All access radios can do ACCST D16 V1 or V2 in FCC or LBT. Cool. Thank you for that tweet. It starts says Bot Screamer is hilarious. I agree. Acroweebu says, I'll see it. Oh, I'll see if I'm able to share. R4.3 has secrets. I think I know what one of those secrets is. If not, it's totally cool. Having to wait for stable 4.3 is completely fine. 4.2.9 on the Acro B is great. It works phenomenal. 4.2 is fantastic firmware. The 4.2.9 or 4.2.8, I forget which, but the newest Newbie Drone firmware has actual rates working properly. Good to go. Yeah, I'm totally happy with it. It's just one of these kind of things that I always try to unify these rigs as much as possible. Like I said earlier in the stream, though, this Modula 6, it's pretty likely that I'm gonna, I don't know if I'm gonna pull this AAO. There's some things about this AAO that drive me absolutely insane. The Newbie Drone AIOs are just better. Like, the end. They are just better. The Happy Model Diamond AIO is significantly lighter, which is a definite advantage. So the Acro B board versus the Diamond board, it's a little bit more of a fair fight. These full-size Happy Model boards versus the Acro B boards, it's a knockout. Acro B for the win. Ramdonko says 4.3 went one in ear and out the other. Seemed like what I needed though. Sliders and auto stuff. Heard all good stuff. 4.3 just holding off to do a fresh OS install. Yeah, 4.3 is really, really good. It's really, really, really good. A lot of really exciting stuff. But 4.2 is also really, really, really good. Espander says, you can set air mode on the same switch position as your turtle mode. You don't have to waste a switch or channel. That's an interesting thought. If I'm already armed, it's not going to trigger turtle mode. What a great idea. That's a really good thought, Espander. I don't miss having air mode on a switch. I just don't perch on stuff. Like I don't. A lot of people do it, and like it's kind of fun, but like I don't know. The other thing is like I land like with air mode on, I can just land softly and then disarm. And like, it's kind of good to go. And like, if there's one little air mode bounce, it's like, well, who cares? Like, you know, landing on something is not like a smooth process anyway. It's always like, all right, and I'm gonna land, and I'm gonna land, and I'm gonna land, and I'm landed, right? Like, it's not, you can't just like, and just like slap down on something. Like, it just, with our up tilt and just with like the fact that we're always moving forward, there's always this like, ooh, kind of like, you know, 1 or 2 second period where you're landing on something. And then, you know, by that point, you're landing pretty soft, and you can just disarm, or you can just, you know, land softly, and then it'll maybe air mode bounce once, and then it's fine. So yeah, I also, I don't know, to some extent, for me, to be completely honest with you guys, the whole like perching on stuff, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of played out, right? Like, people have been doing it for a long time. We've seen it a million times. Like, it's kind of fun to do, but I don't know. I did it on the UPS truck. So for example, when I did it on the UPS truck in my most recent edit, that was with air mode on, and it was totally fine. I do like that. I do like that. You know what it is? I forget about it. Like, it's probably because I don't do it often enough, maybe. So maybe if I start landing on stuff more often, I won't forget. But I hope I remember. I hope I remember to put it on the turtle mode switch. That's pretty cool. The only thing I don't like about that is my turtle mode switch is on the right side of my radio with my pitch and roll fingers. And when you're coming in to land on something, you're moving the pitch and roll around a bunch. So it would be like you'd have to like and then put yourself in a straight and then hit the switch, and then so you're gonna have that like kind of thing. When it's on the left side, it's nice because you can come in, put the throttle to a steady value, keep flying with your right finger, flip the switch. When I switch over to maybe what I'll do is when I move over to the QX7S, I'll be able to, so on my where's my transmitter? Did I put it all the way away? I did, because I thought I was going to go home this morning. On the regular QX7, my fingers are so long. See how I overlap? See how this switch is missing? Yeah, it's missing because my knuckle hits it. On the QX7S, they took these two switches and they canted them away from you. And my index finger knuckle doesn't hit them on the QX7S. So on the QX7S, I'll leave this switch in, and then instead of using this one for turtle mode and beeper, I'll do it on this switch, so that I can, flying and getting ready to land, get a good steady throttle value, boom, hit that switch and back onto the throttle. So that'll be cool. Good idea, Spander. Good thinking. The power of the collective, right there. Dervy says, "Love you doing the bad throttle control bunny." What's the bad throttle control bunny? So just talking about it, I guess. Ramdonko says, "Tag CiottiFPV at Quadfather to ask." Thank you for saying that, Ramdonko. Now I can just look for Quadfather's comment. There it is. Checking in from Seattle. Love your streams, man. Question: what are your primary professional gig rigs? Great question. FPV Cycle Cinewhoop build on 2004 motors. I haven't settled on the perfect 2004 motor yet, but 2004 motors, roughly 3,000 kV, Gemfan 5-blade props, whatever. Electronics don't really matter. Carries a full-size Hero 8. I use the Stan FPV molded ducts, although I do also really like the Cloud 149 OG super cheapo ducts. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then my non-ducted rig is an FPV Cycle Glide with the Dead Cat front arms and then a 20-degree GoPro mount on T-Motor F40 Pro 4, 2400 kV motors that I have motor limited down. I do that so that if for some reason I have to run a 4S battery, I'll still have plenty of power. I can open up the motor limiting and I can have plenty of power on a 4S battery. But I primarily run it on 6S batteries, and I just have it motor limited down to 70%, I believe. Also gives me the option on 6S to crank the motor limiting up if I need more power. If for some reason I want to carry a second camera on there, or I'm just in some weird scenario, like if I need to chase a car that's going to be going 120 miles an hour, I can just crank the motor limiting all the way up to 100%. Maybe the ESC catches fire, maybe the motors catch fire, but at least I'll have a fighting chance. And I could, in that, if that's a scenario that happens, I just have a conversation with the director of like, hey, look, you need to cover me on anything that blows up. I can maybe get this shot if you're willing to cover anything that wrecks. Basically, what it turns into is a conversation of, is this worth $1,000? $1,000 is basically what I tell them the rig is worth. So like if I get approached to do something that's sketchy enough where there's a legitimate chance that I'm going to lose the rig, I just have a quick conversation with them of like, look, that is outside of the typical like performance envelope basically of these rigs. But if you're willing to cover $1,000 loss, I will do this. But you need to go into this, like I'm telling you right now, that there's a good chance that this rig will disappear. I pull the memory card out of the GoPro and put a fresh one in so that we're not going to lose the footage from the day. And I'll usually say, hey, this is the last shot that we're going to do because there's a good chance I'm going to lose the rig. And if they say, yes, let's go for it, let's go for it. If not, then it's like, cool, I do technically have like a rig that I built to go really fast like that, which is this one here with the big old 2507 motors and the 40-degree up tilt mount. But I don't always bring this rig. And this rig is a different kind of animal. This is a beastly fella. So yeah, like if I don't have this rig with me, that regular rig I can potentially set up. Or, if they want that kind of speed, but they need a 20-degree up tilt GoPro to look like straight down at that speed, which this 40-degree mount will not do, that's another situation where I can adapt that rig, crank the motor limiting up, get a ton of power out of it, and run it in the red. Like a race car in the red. It's a really good question, dude. Yeah, those are my two main rigs. Lately I have been bringing the tiny lifters with me, and to check RF, to check for like lines, just to put something cheap and simple and small up in the air. This is great. Like when I get there and I want to just kind of, if I have time to just kind of like fart around for a minute, I'll throw one of these up in the air, just kind of fly around, learn a bunch, see how the video is, see if it fail safes. And yeah, if I lose it, I'm not losing $800-900 worth of GoPro and 5-inch or 3-inch ducted rig. So that's been fun. There's actually some footage on this Insta360 that maybe we'll look at in a little bit here, from this rig with these 1102s on. So we can maybe take a look at whether or not these things are still producing jello. When I did the previous test on 1S with these 1102s, they were all jello-y, but maybe on 2S they're better. I really like these 1102s because they have a 1.5 millimeter motor shaft. They're one of the only small motors that have that. Ugelin said, YouTube just did the thing. Scrolling back up. Ugelin says, awesome, I looked into that. Thank you very much. You're certainly welcome. Dare says, Red Pine is an alternative RF protocol that runs on those onboard SPI receivers. It is indeed. It doesn't run on all transmitters, though. you have to have a multi-protocol transmitter in order to run Redpine. Unfortunately, I do not, so I haven't been able to use Redpine. But Redpine is really interesting. There's some really cool tech in there. It's just Redpine is such a perfect example of like open source being just the greatest thing ever. Ramdanko says, can altitude be put in the OSD already? It cannot unless your board has a barometer. Even if your board has a barometer, the refresh rate is pretty low on the altitude, so it's not super useful. It is really cool though. Knowing your elevation is really slick. If nothing else, then to figure out how high 399 feet is, right? Because we need to stay below 400 feet. So yeah, flight controllers with barometers are really cool. The barometer was actually my favorite thing about the Brain FPV flight controller that I ran for a very short amount of time because their gyro is very, very noisy. Oh my God, speaking of gyros, Chris Rosser has a video that he just put out either today or last night of comparing all of the gyros, and I cannot fucking wait to watch it. As soon as this stream is over, I think I'm going to watch that. I can't wait to see what he has to say. I can already see by the thumbnail that there's one gyro that performed horribly, and I think that's the old school 32K gyro that I've been screaming and yelling from the rooftops for years that you need to stay the hell away from. So I can't wait. Has anybody in the chat watched that Rosser video yet? Tag me. Let me know that it's the greatest video in the world. Don't spoil anything. I don't care. Spoil it all. I'll bet you that the MPU 6000 just demolishes in there. Scarecrow FPV is in the house with a $1.99 super chat. I really need to change the color of this thing so I can see it. Thank you very much, JR. Much appreciated, brother. Let's see what the comment is. He says, I just called you to say I love you. Thank you, dude. Love you too, JR. Where are we at here? Ooh, I'm almost caught up. Dare V says, sample size for the 1306, 2 others for 1408, almost everything on the market. So, Dare, are you saying that you've got 2 other 1306s? So that would mean there aren't many 1306s. There's the Hobbywing 1306s, which suck. And then there's the RCX 1306s, and then there's the Emax 1306s. So it sounds like you've got all the 1306s. That's pretty rad. But I'm actually kind of confused because the Emax 1306s are pretty much the exact same cogginess as the RCX 1306s. The Hobbywing 1306s are definitely less coggy, but man, they didn't make any power. So that's interesting, unless there's another 1306 that I don't know about, or Emax has changed their 1306 design to be more coggy, which would be really sad. I really hope that's not the truth. And then it looks like 1408s, you have all of the 1408s that are on the market. I never, way back when, back in Acrobrat days, during the prototype testing phase with it, I ran 3 different 1408s, Sunny Sky, Emax, and I always forget what the third one was. But they were all ultra coggy, and they all just ruined every single battery that I owned. There is a 1408 that is smooth running. I think it's the T-Motor. I think it's the T-Motor F20. There's a T-Motor F something motor that's 1408, and it's very smooth running. Here's the problem though. 1408 is not a good motor size. That is way too tall of a motor, and it gets incredibly hot. So and when you have a motor that's designed like that, basically what happens is every single time that you get to full throttle, the motor immediately overheats. The magnets hate being overheated, and you lose a lot of power. So what you end up with is a motor that every time you use full throttle, the amount of power that motor can make drastically drops. So like, for example, if you go like full throttle, the second full throttle blip will have a lot less power because the motor will be overheated. And I hate that. That's a big reason that I don't like turbo cars over NA and supercharged cars, because when you're at the racetrack or in the mountains or wherever, and you're at the limit of traction, and you really have to be careful how much power you put through the front or rear wheels, with a turbo car at 80% throttle, you're going to get a different amount of power the instant that you put the throttle pedal there versus a couple instants later as boost builds, versus if you just come off the throttle and the blow-off valve pops, you know, and then you dig back into the throttle, like the turbo is going to be spinning at like a different RPM every single time that it happens. So you basically end up with a system, a power plant that is not consistent. And the better I get as a pilot, the more I crave and need consistency. So yeah, 1408s in my opinion are really not a good motor size. 1306, you can feel it a little bit. You can feel with the 1306s that they definitely get overheated, especially when you compare them to some of the other smooth running motors that we've got, like the Toka 1505s, the iFlight Zing 1504s, even to some extent the Xnova 1804s, but these are big boys. I mean, these are kind of in a different league. But yeah, try some of these other motor options there. I think you'll really like them. I am a fan of the RCX 1306s. I am less a fan of the Emax 1306s, but they're still pretty good. I ran quite a few batteries through those Emax 1306s, and I did like them. I really wonder now. If Emax has changed their. Well, I guess tag me again, Dare, and tell me if you have the RCX 1306s. And if there's a significant difference in cogginess between the RCXs and the Emaxs, then that means that Emax has changed their design, which sucks, man. That's a big step backwards for Emax. And also, like I mentioned earlier, I bought my Emax 1306s like 2 years ago. I'm curious when you bought yours. If you bought yours like a year ago or 6 months ago, then that's kind of proof positive to some extent that Emax has changed their design, which is a real shame. I do think I remember the RCXs and the Emaxs being a little bit different. I think I remember the Emaxs being a little bit more coggy, but they were still relatively smooth. Smooth enough for me to get jello-free footage on the Acrobrat, because that was back when I was really testing those things hot and heavy. The big thing I really like, though, about the RCX 1306s is they're a 9x9 mount base, whereas the Emaxs are 12x12. And the 9x9 mount bases you can use with the GEP RC prop guards, which is really cool. It's really nice to have access to that. Mr. Huggy says, I got 4 1606s, all coggy and too heavy. Changed them out of one build for 1505s and saved 30 grams. Oh my God. Those Toka 1606s are 7 grams heavier than the 1505s. That's ridiculous. Here's the other thing. These Toka 1505s make fucking mega power. These make a lot of power. Those 1606s are just, I mean, it's just kind of unnecessary. Unless I guess you're running like a 4-inch prop. I guess with a 4-inch prop, a 1606 is going to be right at home. But I would want to do like a 2004 at that point. A 2004 is probably going to outperform a 1606 in pretty much every way. A 1606 is going to make so much power that it's also going to have problems with cooling. So I would run a 2004 or even a 2005 over a 1606, I think, any day. Espander says, quad freaks out a lot less when hitting something without air mode. Or you can also set disable OSD to turtle mode. You can also set disable OSD to turtle mode switch. Well, that's another really good idea. The rigs freaking out when you're hitting something with air mode on is cured by turning on crash prevention. Is it called crash prevention? Crash recovery. Crash recovery. So that's an easy way to get around that. But you know what? It's funny you mentioned that, Expander. There was a point on these tiny whoops that I really wanted to test not running air mode. The problem is I do so much off-throttle stuff now that it would be a pain in the ass to be turning air mode off and on and off and on and off and on. So I think that crash recovery is a much better option. But that's very true. I've heard that. I've also heard that not running air mode keeps tiny whoops from sucking to walls, which doesn't make any sense because air mode on and off only happens at 0 throttle. And when you're at 0 throttle, you're not going to be cruising next to a wall. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of variables there. But Michael S. says, I'm building a 4-inch Apex. What motor, kV, battery size do you recommend? Those are... So, for example, right, over on my Fiverr page, one of the things that I do is called build planning. In these build planning sessions, for the first like almost 15 minutes, I just hammer you with questions. Who's your favorite pilot? Where do you fly? What do you fly? How often do you crash? What do you crash into? Whole bunch of different questions. For me to recommend a good motor, kV, battery size combo to you, I realistically need to know all of that. So this recommendation that I'm going to give you, Michael, is basically like what I would want for the way that I fly, for the frequency that I crash, for the concrete and metal that I crash into. So take this recommendation with a big ass grain of salt because I don't have any of the info that I really need to make a good suggestion for you to properly cater this power plant for you specifically. But if I was building a 4-inch Apex, I would probably use the Axis Flying 2004s. In the highest kV, which I think is 3750, just whatever the highest kV is. For the most part, from now on, you should always buy a motor in the highest kV because if it's too high of a kV, you can just go into the PID profile and pull the motor limiting down. So I would do that for the motor. And then battery size would be 4S, either 850 if you wanted to keep it light, or like 1,000 or like 1,100 or so. I would start with 4S 850s and see if, or actually, no. The 900s, the 4S 900s. This is what I would start with. Get like 2 of these maybe. And see if it's enough runtime for you. And that's another question, right? How much runtime do you want? I don't care if I get 3 minutes of runtime. Some people, that's the worst thing in the world. They need 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. That ain't me. So yeah, that would be the combo that I would do. I think you're probably going to want a little bit bigger of a battery, maybe like 1,000 or 1,100 mAh, but 4S. So that's what I would personally do. EuroFPV says, just finished test hovering and tuning my Ripsqueak build. All up weight is 190. That's really light. On Zing 1404 4600 kV. Should I put a motor output limit or is the kV just fine how it is? That is a question that only you can answer, Euro. You want to take that rig out and just go full throttle a bunch of times. And if that's too much power, well, okay, so no, do this. Motor limit it to 70%, let's say. Motor limit it to 70% now. You're going to be totally safe. You're not going to blow anything up. Go out, fly it, use full throttle as much as you can, and just be realistic with yourself. And is this enough power? If it's not enough power, you can just land it, go into the OSD. Motor limiting is in there. I think it's in miscellaneous PP. Crank your motor limiting from 70 to 80. Take it back up in the air. See if that's enough power for you. If it's still not enough, crank it up to 90. What I love about doing that is you will be a better pilot if you fly with less power, because the less power, the more throttle resolution. Our throttle stick, the total amount of travel on our throttle stick is what? Like an inch? Like what? So full throttle to no throttle. What's that? Like an inch of travel? That's not a lot, right? Like in that inch of travel, we're trying to control 0 grams of thrust to like, depends on the rig, but 1,000 grams of thrust, 2,000 grams of thrust. So the less power that is available in that tiny little stick throw, the more precision you will have. And when you make a tiny little change, the rig will only make a little tiny change. So yeah, always play around with motor limiting, in my opinion, because it'll force yourself to fly with less power. And like that's one of my goals during tuning. Every time I build a new rig, I just keep dropping the power more and more and more to see how little power I can stomach, essentially. Because the less power, the more throttle resolution, the lower, literally, the lower I can fly to the ground. If I can build a rig that has like almost no, like Cinewhoops, right? Cinewhoops are a perfect example of that. Their power to weight ratio blows. But you can fly those things like a half an inch off the ground, because even when you're a half an inch off the ground, if you like accidentally bump the throttle a bunch, it won't have much of an effect because it's the power to weight ratio is so bad. So yeah, do that. That's your best bet. There's Scarecrow's super chat. Thanks again, my man. Northern Tier FPV says he loves the MPU 6000. Sound familiar, friends? Oh man, I'll admit, one of the reasons that I love Chris Rosser so much is that like 90% of the time that he does these tests, they back up the shit that I've been screaming for the last couple of years. So like, yeah, it's of course I love him because of that. But I mean, he also does great testing, and he seems like an awesome guy. Admittedly, there was a little weirdness between him and Kebab, which I don't know whose fault it was. I'm not gonna get into that Vietnam, but yeah, he seems like a really great guy, and the testing that he does speaks for itself, and so he gets a huge thumbs up from me because he's willing to put the time into this testing, and he's not making hardly any money off of it. Like, he does have a Patreon, but there's not many people on there. He doesn't shill in the videos. He obviously has a job that pays him really well and doesn't require 60 hours a week, which is amazing. We're so lucky to have people like this in this hobby. Him, Bob Ruge, so many, there's a whole bunch of guys in this hobby that have day jobs that pay the bills, and then they can just put out good info for nothing. And yeah, that's amazing. We're so lucky to have that. Robert Garcelone says, Chris Rosser blew it out of the park. Oh, I can't wait to watch that video. Mr. Huggy says, you should do a watch along of the Chris Rosser video. I typically don't do that because of copyright stuff. If I was going to do that, I would get in touch with Chris ahead of time and say, hey man, here's what I'm looking at doing. YouTube is going to send you a message that says I'm ripping you off. This is why. And so, yeah, I probably won't do that, but it's a cool idea. Adrian Glessner says, 1104 4300 kV, an okay choice for a 3-inch rig. It depends on what kind of a 3-inch rig, Adrian. On a toothpick, maybe that's going to be a little bit overpropped on a toothpick. On anything bigger than a toothpick, absolutely not. So if you're looking at doing an ultra light toothpick build, you're only going to be a little bit overpropped with an 1104. You're going to absolutely have to do a bi-blade. Any 3-inch tri-blade is going to be awful on an 1104. But like the lowest pitch of the 3-inch bi-blades, I don't know what that is. I'm not a toothpick guy. you might be able to get away with a motor that's that small. Realistically, for me, the smallest motor I would ever want to run on a 3-inch rig would be a 1204, and I would only really run that on a 3-inch bi-blade. I'm going to be much happier with a 1304 or a 1404 on a tri-blade. But again, I'm not a toothpick guy. They're too lightweight. They get killed by the wind. They have no mass for any off-throttle throw moves. But they are nice for ultra quiet. Like if you have douchebag neighbors, toothpicks are great because they're so quiet that asshole neighbors won't talk shit. Ram Donko says, tag Ciotti Flush FPV. Thank you, Ram. Flush FPV says, can I bind my Acro B to my QX7? If so, how? I'm a DJI guy. Don't know how to use my QX7. Had it for a while. There are tons of videos here on YouTube, Flush, how to bind. I'm not going to get into it here on the live stream. Yeah, just type QX7 bind into the YouTube search and you'll find a million videos on how to do it with step-by-steps. You should be able to. It's going to depend on whether or not your QX7 is Access or ACCST. We were just talking about that in chat maybe half an hour ago. The way, hopefully, and you said you've had your QX7 for a while, so more than likely down here in the corner, it's going to say ACCST. That's what you want. That'll bind to most things. If it says Access, ACCES, I think is how they spell it, then you're going to probably have some issues. But what you said Acro B, yeah, so you will have some issues if it says Access. So hopefully it says ACCST. The process will take you about 60 seconds. Yeah, plenty of content here on YouTube. As a DJI guy that's coming over to FPV, you're gonna need to work on your Google foo. There's DJI does not prepare you for FPV in any way, shape, or form. FPV is very, very, very heavy on knowing what to search for because there are just 1,000 things that are infinitely more confusing in FPV than in DJI land. So yeah, that's going to be a big piece of advice that I always give people that are coming over from DJI, is like, you got to be willing to search, you got to be willing to read, you got to be kind of stubborn. And I usually just sum it up with the word stubborn. Like, if you're going to stay in FPV for more than like a couple of weeks, you got to be stubborn. It is the one thing that all FPV people have in common, is just an unbelievable stubbornness of like, I will not give up. I will keep searching. I will keep reading Facebook groups. I will keep watching YouTube video after YouTube video or after YouTube video to find the answer to why the hell this brand new VTX that I just bought will not work. Oh, it's because this one specific VTX buried in the menus that you can only get to in the OSD is this ridiculous setting that nobody else uses, in the second VTX menu that nobody ever goes to. Like, that is the FPV experience, unfortunately. But what's cool is, I think the only cool thing about it is that the people who stay in FPV for more than a couple weeks, they have all been through that. And it's like this cool little brotherhood of people who have been stuck in Stockholm syndrome by these manufacturers who just don't give two shits about the user experience. And every single manufacturer thinks that their way of doing it is the right way. And it's just infuriating, but it hasn't changed yet, so it probably ain't gonna change, unfortunately. But there you go. Subsonic Freak says, I have a 3-inch build on 1408s, super notchy, runs super smooth, and motors stay cool to the touch. That is outside of the ordinary. Literally in 5 years, I've not been able to do that, subsonic. And my God, have I tried. So you're either a better builder or a better tuner or something than I am. So that's rad, man. Congrats. Espander says, also disabling air mode if you are flying back on a broken prop keeps the motor and ESC way cooler. I'm often coming back on whole blades missing, and I'm on 6S with 2400 and a Mamba stack. That is another really interesting point. Espander has obviously spent a bunch of time disabling air mode, and I fucking love that. I really, really do. Okay, cool. Actually, hold on. Maggie just texted me. Let me real quick read it. Because she said, do not look. So I want to, do not look in the mailbox. Okay, cool. Yep. All right, awesome. I love it, Espander. I love it. That's another amazing point. I never even thought about that. When I come home on blown up, bent, missing props, what I do is I cycle the throttle. I give it like a burst of throttle, and then I chop the throttle all the way down, which turns on air mode. So what Espander is saying is great, because in that scenario you can and the PID loop will be on and you'll hear it. It'll be super angry, but you can just throw it forward and then you can chop it to 0 throttle, and then with air mode off, it's gonna wobble and it's gonna be all angry, but it's gonna really let the motors cool down. So you can like heat the motors up and then cool them down, heat them up and cool them down. Even with air mode on, like that process still works, because when you dig into the throttle, they get really hot. When you go to 0 throttle, they do still cool down a little bit, but the PID loop's gonna be running, so that imbalance is gonna have them still like, oh, what the. So yeah, that's great, Espander. I love that. The trick will be, for me at least, the trick will be remembering to do that. Because I've never done that before, and I've got thousands and thousands of hours on the sticks at this point. But yeah, for everybody else, that's rad. Everybody else has a better chance at remembering because they're not so like locked into the way they've been doing this one thing forever. Like I have. YouTube just did the thing again. Okay. Michael S. is perfect. Thank you so much. Spander says air mode is always working, but mostly visible at 0 throttle. But when you hit some scraggle or a wall, it gives PID controller all the power available, and it freaks out or sticks to a wall. I didn't think that's how air mode worked. I thought air mode was specifically only active at 0 throttle, because like with air mode not on, for me at least, my rigs perform exactly the same. Although I've never tested that when hitting something. That's interesting. Why would air mode... I thought the whole point of air mode was for stability at 0 throttle. Interesting. So I guess in reality, air mode is just extra authority on the PID loop. I did not know that. That's interesting. Ramdonko says, profile 2 around people. What are you putting on profile 2 that makes it better for flying around people, Ramdonko? EuroFPV says, we'll do that. Thanks, you're welcome. Ram says, it gets quick and deep. Rosser 4.3 interview as well recently. Yeah, everything Chris has put out recently has been awesome. Metal Dirtskin says, does that Modula 6 have a Runcam Nano 3 in it? I think it's the 4. Don't quote me on that. I got one that claims to be a replacement Modula 6 cam. The plug works, but it's a terrible fit in that canopy. Pretty sure this is the Runcam Nano. It is, yeah. It's identical to the Modula 7. So yeah, should say on the back though too, right? No, the back is all naked. I can't confirm it for sure, but what I can confirm is that the Modula 6 camera is identical to the Modula 7 camera, and I do remember reading that the Modula 7 has a Runcam Nano 4 in it. So that's all I can really factually say about that. And it does fit great in the canopy, so maybe that helps you. Michael S. says, please tell me more about never buying lower kV motors and just buying higher kV and putting a motor limit. It just gives you more options. It's just better to have the option to add power versus not having the option to add power. And I did about a year's worth of testing on 5-inch rigs where I ran back-to-back A/B testing, 6S kV motors, 4S kV motors, 4S kV motors motor limited down to either 65 or 70%, and then the 6S kV motors motor limited down to like 90% or 95. I moved the motor limiting around to make the rigs feel absolutely identical. And once I got there, it was impossible for me to tell a difference between the two rigs. The keyboard engineers on Facebook groups swear to God that motor limiting is going to kill your throttle resolution and your runtime and all kinds of other stuff. So I tested that in the real world, and I could not tell a difference. I've seen other people that have tested it, and they can also not tell a difference. Can't tell a difference in flight feel, can't see a difference in runtime. So maybe on the test bench it makes a difference, but I don't care about that, because if once in the air it doesn't make a difference, and if I'm not getting less runtime in real world situations, I don't care, you know? And the advantages to having your motor limiting at like 70% and being able to add a bunch more power are amazing. And if you go to the field and you forget all your batteries and you're a 6S person and you get to the field and everybody else there is on 4S, guess what? You can borrow some 4S batteries and still get some flying in. Whereas if you're on 6S kV motors, you're going home. I mean, I guess you could still fly, but you're not. I mean, you're going to be so power limited with 6S kV motors on a 4S battery that it's, you know, you're not going to learn anything that day. You're going to actually, maybe you will learn something. Maybe you'll learn what you can do with less power. But you know what I'm saying, right? You can do that same exercise with the motor limiting whenever you want. So yeah, a motor that's I don't run 2400 kV motors on any of my rigs other than the cinematic rig. The cinematic rig is a very specific situation where I want that thing to be as versatile as humanly possible. My other freestyle rigs I run on 1950 kV motors that I motor limit down to like 85%. That gives me enough movement. Like when I put those motors up to 100%, that rig makes mega fucking power. So if I'm flying like a really tall building or like a really big location, I can crank those motors up and get plenty of power. I don't need those freestyle rigs to be as adaptable as this cinematic rig. The other thing that I can do with this cinematic rig, because of the 2400 kV motors, is I can technically bolt ducts on prop guards onto it and run 4-inch propellers and run it as a Cinewoop. And just crank it up to 100% motor limiting. The 4-inch propellers are going to get spun at 1 billion RPM, and I'll have plenty of power. So it just gives you a platform that's much more adaptable, and that is the name of the game for me with that platform. Is I want it to be able to do anything, any weird shot that a director is looking for. I can say yes, even if that's the only rig that I have, even if you know, like what you want to think about is like you go to do a gig and you drop both of your Cinesplores in the ocean or something like that. At that point, you can either go home and not get $100 an hour to continue to fly, and you know, potentially have them really pissed off that they have no footage for the day, and potentially fight you on paying you anything, right? Or you can have another rig that you can cobble together and get it to somehow work a little bit to give a little bit of footage and make a ton of money to replace the rigs that you just lost in the ocean. So what I would not suggest is a motor that you need to throttle limit lower than 60%. I talked to Ryan Harrell about this. Ryan Harrell is who created Mini Quad Test Bench. Ryan Harrell is basically the guy in FPV that has more motor and ESC testing knowledge than everyone else combined. That's what Mini Quad Test Bench is as a website. And he said he's done some testing with Damian Gans, Blackbird FPV, and as you really drop that throttle limiting down low, like 50%, 40%, you do lose a little bit of throttle resolution because of the steps that are built into the throttle. There are I want to say 256 steps that are built into the throttle travel, and when you motor limit, you cut down on that number of steps. So if you cut that number down low enough, there's potential that you can move your fingers an amount that doesn't trigger one of the steps in the throttle resolution. So you could have a situation where you move your fingers on the throttle and there's no change. I really doubt that you can physically move the throttle enough, like in that inch of throttle travel, right? If there's 256 steps, there is not a chance in hell that you can move your finger an amount that won't trigger one of those steps. If you cut that in half and you've got 128 steps, I still don't think that you can move that throttle enough to not trigger one of those steps, but you're certainly going to be getting closer to the point, and maybe you're a much better pilot than I am, and maybe you can do that, right? So 60%, 65%, 75% scaling down is totally safe in my opinion. But going below that, 55, 50, 45, 40, I don't think that's a great idea. The other thing is that when you're in the motors tab in Betaflight, that throttle limiting does not apply. So you got to be careful. If you have a setup that's motor limited down to like 30%, and you go into the motor tab and you swing one of those sliders up to 100%, you're going to cook a motor or an ESC. Even with the props off, because it's just going to, that motor is going to spin up to like way above what it's rated for. So yeah, bad things are going to potentially happen there. EEDoc says you have to put air mode on a logical switch to have it only active at 0 throttle. Logical switch. I've never really played around with logical switches. I can't even really think of what. Tell me more, EEDoc. Tell me more. Ramdonko says throttle limit for a profile equals slow mode. Yeah, I do it with the knobs. It's always bothered me that we don't use these knobs on the transmitter. A couple of years ago, Joshua put out a video saying, here's how you use your knobs for a throttle limit. It's not motor limiting, it's throttle cut that he shows you how to do it. I don't know if you could do it with motor limiting, but yeah, if I want less power, I just do it with the knob. But I actually don't recommend doing that because then you have to relearn your muscle memory on the throttle for that specific rig. yeah, to me, like a rig should have a purpose, right? So like cinewhoops are for flying around people. Open propeller rigs are not. So with an open propeller rig, you just want to have a bunch of power. And then for cinewhoops, you just kind of don't. Where it would make sense is if you had an open prop rig that sometimes you put prop guards on to fly around people. But what happens is those prop guards are usually heavy enough that the all-up weight will become so much heavier that it will naturally have less power to weight ratio and it'll fly pretty good around people. But if you wanted to then limit that even more, that would be a really good idea. Espander says, now I have my air mode on a button that I also use for pre-arm, so I can easily press it at any time. Super handy sometimes. That's another great idea. When I put air mode on a switch, I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna use this all the time. And then I just didn't. I just didn't use it a lot. And like sometimes I kind of wish that I would use it more. But yeah, I don't. I just don't find myself in situations very often where it's like, ooh, it'd be good to use. Maybe it's my flying style. Maybe I'm just missing out. But now I'm thinking about it, so I'm going to try to use it more for sure. YouTube just did the thing. Hold on. Ramdago says, don't worry, no open props near anything that lives. Kevin Sumner says, you talking about 4S on 6S build has convinced me to try my 5-inch that is geared for 6S on at least a couple of 4S packs just to see what it's like. If you're anything like me, Kevin, you'll actually really like it. It's a really great experience to fly 6S rigs on 4S batteries because if nothing else, it really shows you the difference between 4S and 6S. But if you force yourself to do it a bunch, you'll be blown away by how much you can do with a lot less power. And it's one of the things that really convinced me to use less power and to limit my motors. I mean, back then, it convinced me to buy motors that were a lower kV. This is where I landed on 1600 kV motors for 6S. And I still love it. I mean, the Rossi, the Basher rig, is on 1600 kV T-Motor F40 Pro 2s. And that is my preferred freestyle rig. It doesn't have tons of power, but it has plenty of power. And the throttle resolution is just brilliant. And so that's the rig so you can't get those motors anymore. The current T-Motor F40 Pro 4 now, the lowest kV you can get is 1950. So I use the Rossi, and then I fly the Pro 4 rig back to back, and I just pull the throttle limiting down more and more and more on that higher kV rig until it matches up perfectly with the 1600 kV rig. Because yeah, that is the amount of power. That is the least amount of power that I can stomach, essentially. So that I have the absolute most possible throttle resolution, but still enough power to get myself out of sticky situations or, to do big, gnarly power loops are the other thing that I use to really gauge how much power I want. If you don't have enough power, you'll do power loops and you'll come up short, 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 and you'll come up short. When you dig into full throttle on a power loop, you should be looking straight up in the air, and you have no frame of reference, so it's all timing on a power loop. And each one of us has a specific timing just drilled into our brains. So we can either, if we keep coming up short, we can do it the hard way and force ourselves to relearn that timing. Or if we like the timing, if we like the way the timing looks, or just we don't want to do it the hard way, we can add more power. And then by adding more power, you leave your timing the same and it throws you back further. I kind of mix, I do a little bit of a mix. Like I'm willing to change my timing on certain movements, but I also don't want to force that all the time. So sometimes I will tune the rig, either mechanically or digitally, to work with whatever my brain's timing currently is. And it's always a little bit of a give and take. Snap rolls are a great example of this. In my on Fiverr, when I do a one-on-one flight instruction session in the simulator with people, one of the things that I almost always tell them is one of the best ways to tune their rates is just to do a bunch of snap rolls and start the snap roll completely level. And then at the end of the snap roll, if you've over-rotated, and you got to do a whole bunch, but if you consistently over-rotate, one of the ways to fix that is to back your max rotational rate off. And you can just tune your max rotational rate so that you land level every single time, because your brain has this just timing built in. You stab the throttle, you go 0 throttle, you stick over, you stick back to the center. It's a mix though, right? Like you don't want to only do that with rates, because if you then look at your footage and when you see yourself do a snap roll, you don't like how fast the snap roll is rotating around and it makes your eyes bleed, like some of these, pilots that are super skateboardy, then you need to do it the hard way. You actually need to change your timing, because the only way to change how fast that snap roll rotates around is by changing your max rotational rate. Technically, you can also change it a little bit with P gains and feed forward, because with the rig will attack the move a lot quicker, and it can actually get more rotation done when your P gains and your feed forward are jacked way the hell up. But that's a fine tuning kind of thing. That hitting it with a hammer is changing your max rotational rate or your timing that's in your brain. So yeah, now we're getting to like FPV 103. That's really starting to get into high level stuff, but that's the shit that I love, man. That's the stuff that I really love, working with pilots that have been flying for a couple of years that can like understand and appreciate those finer points. Velvix said, YouTube just did the thing. Velvix says, what minimum maximum KV for a TP3? Is the tuning different than a 5-inch? Tuning is tuning. It's the same on everything. Certain frames are harder to tune because they have more resonant nodes. But tuning is tuning. More P gain does the same thing on every single rig. More D gain does the same thing on every single rig. Minimum maximum KV is a completely personal decision on your part, Velvix. Every single one of us has an amount of power that we enjoy or need or want or whatever. It's also completely dependent upon the cell voltage that you run. 1S is going to require 1S is going to require twice the KV of 2S. 2S is going to require 50% of the KV of not 50%, 66%. So there's a million different options there. Your best bet is to just look at other people's builds and just look at what everybody else is running KV wise, and then just pick something that's around that KV. Actually, pick something that's a little bit higher than that KV, and then in your PID tab, you can motor limit down, and then you can use your motor limiting to perfectly set the amount of power that you want. Ramdonko says, put my 95X at 65% throttle for cruising around the abode. Yeah, man, the motor limiting is just the shit. It's really great. Kevin Sumner says, I have air mode set up on a logical switch so that it's on when throttle is less than 10% and off at more than 10%. It helps with wall sucks on tiny whoops. I'm gonna have to look into. I'm just gonna play around with it a little bit more. I'm gonna play around with flying with air mode off to see if I can actually notice a difference. This is interesting. Yeah. I thought it was only active at 0% throttle. How are you even doing that, Kevin? How do you Betaflight is only going to turn air mode. My understanding is that Betaflight is only going to turn air mode on at 0% throttle. A logical switch, how are you having a logical switch talk to Betaflight to trigger air mode? I can't wrap my head around that. Metal Dirtskin says, how on earth do you mount a camera in the Modula canopy, or for that matter, the newbie drone one? This is what I'm reduced to since the Modula ElRS is out of stock everywhere. I don't have any experience with the Modula canopies other than these ones that came pre-assembled. There is a little thing that the camera sits in, and then it screws to the canopy. So that's probably your issue, Metal. You probably don't have this thing, this extra piece that the camera then slots into. The newbie drone canopy, there's the outer canopy, and then there's this little brackety bastard, and the little bracket thing screws into the main canopy, and it has a little plastic loop in the front that cradles the lens of the camera. So the lens of the so here's the outer canopy, and then here's the lens of the camera, and then there's this other little piece of plastic that cradles the lens of the camera and holds it up there. So on both of these canopies, there's a second piece that actually holds the camera itself. Hopefully that answers your question. Phil McGyver says, what version of Betaflight has motor limiting? 4.2 and 4.3, although apparently motor limiting has been buried in the CLI forever. So apparently, I don't know what it is called in the CLI. You can probably just go into the CLI and type like get motor or get limiting, and it might show it to you. But yeah, supposedly it's been in the CLI forever. Dan636 says, when throttle is above 10%, flip this switch, which is tied to air mode in BF. Interesting. Oh, right. Right, so that can just be on a channel. Oh, of course, because I have air mode set on a specific switch. Right. Yep. Interesting. Very interesting. With how much off-throttle stuff I do, though, I probably won't be able to play much with air mode, but I at least want to turn air mode off and fly around a bunch to see if there's a real difference in smacking into the wall and stuff like that. But I can't imagine a way that I could cycle air mode off and on and off and on and off and on often enough to to make it work. Although I get, because it's where having air mode, I guess, I don't know. I need to fly around with air mode off to see if when I'm at cruising throttle, when I'm at full throttle, whatever, if there's any actual difference that I sort of prefer. But usually I want more, almost always I want more PID loop authority. So if air mode is doing anything at above 10% throttle, it's going to give more PID authority. So I'm probably not going to like air mode off. But then if it really makes a big difference when I bash into walls, that's going to be interesting. But with crash recovery turned on, it kind of doesn't matter because it's going to kick the accelerometer on and get me flat. That being said, I don't love crash recovery. There's just, with crash recovery, like, I love what it does sometimes, but other times I'm actively trying to correct the orientation. The problem is if I hit something, if I smack into the wall, if it's at this orientation and I smack into the wall and it just bounces off and it doesn't change orientation because of the way it hits, I'm good to go. And in that situation, I don't like when crash prevention levels me out. But more often than that, when you hit the wall, you hit it in an orientation that makes the rig change. And then when it bounces off, it's in a weirdo orientation that it takes you a split. And as I get older, it takes longer for me to figure out what's what to make the correction. So in that situation, which is pretty often, crash recovery levels me and I'm like, oh, thank God. Okay, that's great. I wonder, so what I'm really curious about is with air mode off. No, with air mode off, it's going to be worse. Because with air mode on, in that situation, when it hits the wall, there's going to be maximum authority to try not to have it do this. So it's going to fight, and maybe it'll only change orientation that much before it comes off. Whereas with air mode off, when it hits the wall, there's not going to be that big spike of authority. So it's going to rotate even more, and it's going to, I think, flying around with air mode off is going to be the thing that really figures that out. Dan636 says, the logical switch fake flips a switch for you. Right. Remy Tim says, the logical switch just controls the aux channel that air mode is on, right? Yep, exactly. That's what it took me a minute to wrap my head around. Logical switch instead of a physical switch. Exactly. Yeah, Dan, exactly right. Dragonwing says, hold on. I'm going to have a hard time tomorrow night. My voice is already starting to go. So fair warning, I'm probably going to lose my voice on tomorrow night's 4-hour stream at 8 o'clock Eastern. Dragonwing says, the best is using all methods you mentioned. High P to D ratio, high feed forward, high I term with low I term relax, etc. Yeah, I mean, that's the way most of my tunes are. Although I very rarely have a high P to D ratio. I really prefer the way shitloads of D gain looks in the flight footage and feels. It doesn't track set point as well, but I actually prefer that. My fingers are nowhere near as stable as most people. So having a rig that tracks set point beautifully, the flight footage looks horrible. It's juddery, it's sharp, it's nasty, it just does not look good at all. So I really prefer rigs that have tons of D-gain. It produces footage that looks much, much, much better. And that's my job, right? My job is to produce flight footage that looks as good as possible. Espander says, JB made a video about it. I'm sure he did. Kevin Sumner says, air mode off lets my bigger quads tilt unexpectedly at zero throttle, such as at the apex of a pop-up. Oh yeah, big time. Air mode is really important at zero throttle. And yeah, having air mode off is going to be a mess in that situation for sure. Dragonwing said, logical switches talk to Betaflight by telling the radio to use any other switch. They sure do. I'm embarrassed how long it took me to wrap my head around how that would work. Espander says, you might not feel any difference as such, but you'll see how differently it smashes through the scraggle or bounces off the wall instead of sticking to it. I cannot wait to kind of test this out. I'm really tempted to do it right now because I do have a couple batteries charged, but we haven't done the things that I put in the title of the stream. So I'm gonna get caught up on chat, and then we're gonna review some of this footage, and then if there's any time left, which there won't be, I can play around with it. Metal Darkskin says, I found the answer. There are two versions of the Nano 3. One has holes in the PCB to screw that little canopy mount thing. One doesn't. FPV strikes again. Kevin Sumner says, I learned from UAV Tech recently that KISS doesn't have air mode. Correct. They use idle up instead, which seems silly to me. Cue the KISS rant. Yeah, they function pretty similarly. Here's the truth. The people that fly KISS are desperate desperate to find anything that KISS does better than Betaflight. And so they're always very vocal about how much better IdleUp is. And here in the real world, IdleUp is, you could actually make a really strong argument for IdleUp being worse, but we'll give them something, you know, we got to give them something, right? Like they have to suffer with this flight firmware that's just so much shittier than Betaflight in like every way that, you know, let's just give them this, and let's just, they're almost the same anyway. It's okay. It's fine. Let's just give it to them. Let's give them that. Okay? Let's give them something so that they just shut the fuck up. Is it just me? Is it just me? I know it's not just me. Propped Up FB says, hey. Martin Wynn says, so interesting. Think I learned more off you and JB and Discord. Such a massive help. Hell of a beautiful rabbit hole. It is, Martin. Thanks for saying that. FPV is quite the rabbit hole. Right, 9 says, IdleUp, did I sleep until 2018? Yeah, it's... I mean, you know, when I spent... KISS is much more expensive, and when you spend a lot more money, you're gonna, you know, you're gonna try to find every single possible thing that's not worse. So, yeah, and I guess KISS is a little bit less expensive now with FETech stuff, but it's yeah, I mean, it just doesn't fly good. It's not that it doesn't fly good. It just doesn't fly good for what we have available to us in 2022. If this was 2018, KISS flew fine. It flew just as good as Betaflight back then. But then Betaflight kept improving, and KISS didn't do anything. Anything. So, like, in what world can one team innovate for 4 years straight and another team do nothing, and the team that did nothing still be like, no, this is better? It's like, what? You high? You good? Let's look at some flight footage. We're going to look at Insta360 Go 2 flight footage first to really set the bar extra high. I hope that another new patron, Crashmore, welcome to the collective, my man. Thanks for joining in on the madness. I hope that this computer can handle two things at once. Probably can't. Davey FPV says, well, that's not quite true. Not all KISS users love IdleUp. It's a shame that a small group within a firmware gets so much attention. Yeah, I mean, but it makes sense, right? Because there's one person in that very small group that has arguably the biggest microphone in all of FPV. So, makes a lot of sense, right? But you're right, it is a shame. It is definitely a shame. CMYK FPV is in the house. What's up, dude? If you guys ever need graphic design and you don't go to CMYK, I will beat you to death. Expander says, logical switch is a very good way to do it, and ideally, you want that logical switch on another switch, LOL switchception. Tom's Lazy says, yeah, it's just you. Me laughing like hell. Me laughing too like hell, LOL. All right, here we go with... I'm going to... Wow, I've got a lot of files on this Insta360 Go too. So I'm going to launch Insta360 Go Studio, and immediately the computer has gone banana pants, and it is 1 frame per second. But no, don't import all. No. Oh God, what? Why? Stop it! Stop that! Cancel. Okay, we just want to import individual files. Key structure down, of course, because OBS can blow me. Oh God, this is not the right monitor. Why you gotta do this to me? There we go. Monitor. Right. Okay, cool. So this is going to be the Toka 1505 rig on GemFan 3052s. First, we're gonna look at it. Oh no, yeah, that's just what this is gonna be. No. Wait, what is this? Oh, no, that's the memory card. Get out of here. Here we go. Here's the Insta360 Go 2. 2.36 gigs. Great. So this is one of the scroll bar. Come on. This is one of the full flights. Let's take a look. So let's go to 16:9 here. And we are going to turn off. What is it going on here? We're gonna, there it goes. We're gonna turn off flow state stabilization so that we can see this in all of its beauty. Let's see if it'll run. All right. Nah, I can't handle it. Oh, let's give it a second. Maybe it'll smooth out a little bit. What I'm not seeing is jello, which is awesome. Although it is hard to tell if there's jello at 1 frame per second. This was pretty late in the day. It's a shame that this won't run right. My God, the Insta360 Go 2 creates some gorgeous flight footage, though. I mean, like, look at this. Let's get a still frame. Like, look how well exposed that is. Look at the colors. Look at, like, there's good detail in the darks. There's good detail on the lights. It is an expensive camera, but man, it is a good camera. All right, so this ain't gonna work. Let's see if it'll play it in the smaller window here at an acceptable frame rate. Oh, it's a lot better. It's still like 10 frames a second though. All right, so let's do this. Let me chop this up a little bit, and then I'll tell it to export. And we will fart around while it's exporting. I'll answer some questions while it's exporting. Just set the endpoint here. Okay, cool. Start and end are set. I don't care about this. I think this is export. Leave it at 80. Let's change the title to Ripsqueak 1505-3052 Insta360 Go 2. Where are you gonna put it? In flight footage, Insta360 Go. Yeah, it's fine. It's a good spot to put it. Bitrate 80. Let's leave that alone. All right, we'll kick that export off, and let's see how long that's gonna take. Do I not get a progress bar? Really? Really? There's no progress. Oh, there it is. 0%? Wait, is it done already? No, it's not done already. 1%. Okay, yeah, so this is going to take a while. Let's see how bad the stream will... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, so I'm going to leave it on this monitor view so that the 1 frame per second is only small in the corner. And I'm just going to work through the chat. So here we go. Oh my God, the chat scrolling is also 1 frame per second. Jesus. Dave FPV. Oh no, we got that. Hurry up and ask some questions, friends. I want this to export. It's 7% already, so this won't be too bad. Okay. Dragonwing says, best kiss comment ever. Thanks, dude. Metal Diskin says, UNCMYK should do a version of the Micro King shirt that says home of the Whooper. CMYK, you still in here? That's the next shirt we're doing. Hey, if you're still in this live chat, I'll give you a secret. One of the I gotta actually get back to CMYK on this. I remember he asked me for a couple of examples, and I got really busy. One of the other logo designs that's coming up is going to be Double Dare. I want like the old school like Double Dare and like the old school Nickelodeon logos, but with CiottiFPV in them. And then maybe probably after that, King of the Whooper would be amazing. What I would really love to do is find a place that can do shirts, full printing on shirts, or maybe just find the place that's doing the Burger King shirts. I don't know why, but I love the Burger King shirts that have the different gradation of colors. They've got like they're brown, like the meat, and then they've got like a stripe of like green and a stripe for like the lettuce, and then they've got like a stripe of red for the ketchup, and then like a stripe of yellow. I guess it's green. No, I guess it's yellow, then green, then red on the shirts as you go up. I would love to get that and then have the Micro King logo like small or something like that, and then on the back maybe like home of the Whooper. Although God, what a great idea, dude. Fuck. Hold on, let me see something here. Let's kill this rate monitor real fast. Is there a Burger King shirt that has that logo on it? Oh my God, look how slow everything is. King of the Whopper shirt. Look at this. Look how slow this is. Jesus Christ. This computer is going to melt into the table. It's at 28% though. We won't have to wait much longer. All right, so there's not like an official shirt, so we'll have to figure the design out. But, Jesus, come on, bro. Come on, laptop. You can do this. You can do this. Oh my God. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, while we're waiting, what else is in the chat? Hey, there it goes. So here's the shirt. Here it is down in the, oh, and here it is too. Yeah, so it's tan, then dark brown, then red, then green. Yeah, I would love to get that, yo. That would be so cool. Oh, looks like King of the Whopper is the old school Burger King logo. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, I love that idea, Metal Dirt Skin. The collective hard at work. There it is. Let's see what else. I'm trying to scroll the chat. Oh, wait, am I caught up? No, I'm not caught up. Okay. Hey, there we go. Kevin Sumner says, do some Ciotti reacts while it exports. I quit out of Discord, and I'm afraid to reopen Discord. But it's at 39%, so maybe if I run out of chat, I'll do that. It's a great idea. Phil McGyver says, you got dial-up. No, just a 6-year-old laptop trying to drive 2 monitors, OBS, a DSLR. Insta 360 Go is also plugged in, and it's crunching Insta 360 Go down. So we'll be kind to this laptop. It's got a lot pulling on it. That's what she said. Ramdago says, that burger image obviously has a documentary about it. Oh, Christ. Let me try to page down and see what happens. Oh. The whole world caught on fire. All right. Well, boy, oh boy, this is something else. Here it is. Look at that. 46%. We're almost there, damn it. What'll be really interesting is the Runcam hybrid footage, whether or not that wants to play or not. Northern Tier says, what Insta 360 Go 2 settings have you found work best for flight footage? I don't think they really give you many options, do they? I haven't adjusted. If they do, I haven't adjusted the options in a hot minute. I'm trying to think. Resolution all the way up. What options do they give you control over? I don't. I can't think of. I can't think of any. The Runcam Hybrid has a bunch of settings, which I'm still trying to figure out. The what's the what the best settings are for. We're gonna look. This footage on these might be totally useless because I have been playing around with the settings, but yeah, I don't think it's the go-to gives you many options. But once this gets done exporting, I can maybe look in the menu. Oh, you know what I'm also doing is it's reading off of the Insta360. So that's not helping. I should have copied the file to the oh man, I still have not put ClamMan on the laptop. I keep forgetting to do that. I just need to copy the file over and then make a scene with ClamMan. Pretty sure I don't have the oh, hold on. Maybe I do have the file on this computer. I doubt it. Well, let's go into oh my god, I can't even open a new tab in the GUI. Oh boy. Hey, there it is. Let's search for clam. Hopefully nothing bad comes up. Nah, well, it's gonna find all kinds of nonsense, but usually it puts the big files towards the top. Yeah, no, it's on a folder on the desktop that I just haven't pulled over to the laptop. 65%, we're getting there. Kevin Otto says, I fixed the Modula 6 ElRS problem I was having. The board alignment was wrong after I updated it. Nice, Kevin. It's a good example of how hard it is to troubleshoot. I would have never guessed that the board alignment was wrong. Good job, though, digging in and getting that troubleshoot figured out, man. I'm trying to launch Discord, but the dock is so slow that I can't get my cursor over the Discord logo because the dock keeps going back and forth. There it is. Got it. Got it. Got it. All right, let's see if we can do a couple CiottiFPV reacts. Well, this is going on here. 73%. We're almost there. We're so close. Woo. Stretch my legs out here for a second. Discord hasn't even opened the splash screen yet, so I'll be as patient as possible. Let me read some of the. Hey, there it is. Let me read some of the comments that I'm not tagged in. 30 frames per minute, as Pander says. Dan636 is going to eat some tacos. I realized last night that one of my favorite things in the world, sour cream, is something that I can't really eat with this new food sensitivity feedback that I got, so that made me want to just stab someone. But, you know, sour cream is not something that I eat very often, and you don't put a lot of it on tacos, so I think I'm going to give sour cream a pass because I just love it so much. Northern Tier says, I noticed the HDR mode does some strange stuff. I haven't tried that yet. I've only had the Insta360 Go 2 on like the regular old... Oh, that's the big setting that you want on the Insta360 Go 2, is you want to make sure it's on like professional video mode. That's the big thing that you want to do. Because that changes a bunch of things that you want changed. Billy Guyver is jealous of tacos. Martin Wynn says, come on, laptop. 88%. We're so close. Look at Discord, man. Look at Discord just on the big old struggle bus. Tom's Lazy says, nice ripping. I'm waiting for a new PC. Get some quality vids uploaded. Well, while I'm waiting for this, I can at least eject this other memory card that's in here and kick one of the memory cards out of the Ripsqueaks. Oh, Oh, look at Discord go. Look at it go. All right, so this is Enduro 2. What's even on this? Oh, this is that night flight from the other day. Yeah, we can definitely eject this. I might even delete that. I showed it on stream, and I checked it for Jello, and there was none. So yeah, I can delete this. I can delete this night flight. There was nothing really interesting in there. Why am I choosing to do this now? This is going to take an hour for it to delete. Kevin Otto says there is fake sour cream. I don't like it though. Ooh, I'm into that. Kevin Sumner found Clam Man. Yeah, but then I gotta put it into one of the download things, and then like I think I have to change the format of it. I forget. I have the file that's prepped and ready to go, just sitting on the desktop. I just need to grab it. Move to trash. Huzzah. Oh man, the dock won't even come up. Come on, please. Come on, dock. There you go. Oh, that delay. Oh, no. Okay. I'm taking trash. It'll be, man, by the time I get into the CiottiFPV Reacts channel, the Insta 360 Studio will be done. Come on, man. There we go. Let me open live stream live for the moment. Where's it at? Oh, okay, it's done. All right, let's quit out of that. And then, all right, here we go. Now we're back into the land of the living. Ooh, yeah. 30 frames a second never looked so good. Okay, so let's go into desktop and then flight footage and then Insta 360 Go. And I titled it Ripsqueak something or other. Here it is, 1505, 3052. Yeah. All right, let's see how this plays. Infinitely better. Oh, yes. Look at that. How beautiful. All right. So, what do we got here? I'm watching this for the first time, too. We've got no jello at all. Just none. We're going to do a little cruise here, though. Let's see. No jello. Tiny little bit of stuttering, which might just be the computer, but we are jello free, although there might have been a little tiny bit of it. So these are on the 3052 GemFan props, which is why it's like absolutely hauling balls across this parking lot. I was also kind of flying it nose down pretty aggressively because I knew I had these props on and I kind of wanted to show the reason to run these propellers. My God, this looks good. Like, you could show this to somebody and tell them it was session 5 footage, and there's no way they would fight you on it. This is me flying at the right time of day, admittedly. Okay, so we just got to see one of the only things that might tip you off to this not being a GoPro. Ready? Right? Dark into bright and into dark. You see, it brought the highlights to, it changed the exposure of the camera a little bit more slowly than what GoPro can do. But it's not bad. It's nowhere near as bad as the Runcam Hybrid, which we're gonna see in a minute. The Insta 360 Go 2 is a noticeably better HD camera than the Runcam Hybrid, but it's way more expensive, right? It's more than triple the cost, and it's way more fragile. Man, this looks good. My God, I mean, you guys are getting this in 720p, so it really doesn't do this justice, but this is fantastic. That little bit of juddering there could just be the computer, or it could be in the footage. I'll have to rewatch this after OBS is off. Look at that flight performance. That's a 0 throttle drop with some yaw and some roll in there, and just tracking perfectly. These are the Toka 1505s. They make a huge amount of power, so they can control pretty much anything. Little pitch rewind there. This setup felt really good. These 3052s were making tons of power. The 4S 850 was definitely up to the job. Yeah, this is... I mean, come on now. This is on a 3-inch rig, guys. This is on like a 260 gram 3-inch rig. Tell me again why you need to build a 5-inch rig that hauls around a big, heavy, expensive Hero. That little bit of prop wash is why. Even these Toka 1505s coming down, this is a really bad situation, right? Ready? That right there, a 5-inch rig would have been able to handle that. This rig might be able to handle that if I crank the D gains up even further, but that's asking an awful lot of it. There wasn't a hint of prop wash anywhere else though. And again, that was like the worst possible scenario. I was rotating into my own wash, dropping into my own dirty air. That's, you know, that's a situation where almost any rig that's not really, really, really well tuned is going to prop wash. I have not gone nuts on the tunes with these rigs because the only real weak point left on these rigs is their ability to handle beat up propellers. So I don't go crazy with the PID tune because that makes that situation even worse. So at the moment, the balance that I'm trying to find with these Ripsqueaks is enough PID gains so that the flight performance doesn't suffer and so that it eats up prop wash in the bad situations that I personally put them in versus a loose enough PID tune that when the props get banged up, the PID tune is not the thing that's causing the mid-throttle oscillations. And that balance on a 5-inch rig is like easy. On these smaller rigs, it's not easy, which kind of lends itself to what we always talk about. The development cycle of the 5-inch rigs has been way deeper than 3-inch, but also it lends itself, I think, to the fact that there seems to be some magic with a 5-inch propeller where it's just the right size. It's not too small, it's not too big. But I think the majority of the problem is actually that just the development cycle. The 5-inch motor, 2306, 2207, has just been researched to death, and it is the perfect mix of stator height to stator width to air gap to magnet material to winding material to the thickness of the laminations in the stator, all these things. And with micros, they've just not, we've never gotten like 2 micro motors of the same size that are both smooth running to be able to even begin to research, oh, one of these has a thicker magnet and it works better. One of these has a smaller air gap and it's working better. One of these has thinner laminate. Like, we can make guesses based on 5-inch stuff, but when we change down to a drastically smaller motor, maybe those assumptions are wrong, right? Maybe for some reason thicker stator laminations on a micromotor works better. We don't know. Like, we can take guesses all the hell we want, but there are so many relationships between so many of these things in motor design that changing one thing can negatively affect a bunch of other things. And it can even impact, like for some reason with 4S batteries on a micro, maybe there's something weirder about some impossible little thing, and we just haven't figured it out yet because we haven't had 200 or 300 different properly running micromotors to really figure that out. So that was the Insta360 Go 2 carrying rig. Toka 1505s. I was testing these GemFan 3052s just for funsies. I don't think these are the right prop. They're definitely not very strong. The Dal 3028s are definitely a more durable propeller than these Gemfan 3052s. These are also a much more realistic pitch. 52 pitch is ridiculous. Like, that's a rig for going really fast all the time. It's not a freestyle prop. 30-ish pitch, 30 to 40 pitch is really what we want for a freestyle prop. It gives you much better throttle resolution at the speeds that we normally cruise at. So yeah, that was some footage from this rig. Really impressive. Really impressive looking footage. That's some of the best footage to ever kind of come out of a really safe, lightweight 3-inch rig. So that's great. I love that there's no jello. Yeah, that's gnarly. So now we're gonna compare that to that $300 camera to a $900 great, to a $90 camera, and some of that $90 is being spent on the FPV camera built in. So realistically, we're comparing it to like a $60 camera, right? Because FPV cams cost about $30. So take that FPV $30 out of the 90. So let's see what Runcam can do here. This is quite the challenge. You guys will definitely be able to see the difference. So I'm pretty sure that I have set these Runcams onto 2.7K 60 frames. Ramdanko says Dal T3056C Cyclone Pro. Those propellers are M5 mount only, so they won't work on the majority of these micromotors. Back when I was testing them, I did not find them to be all that well balanced. Wait, was that the... I don't remember if that was that propeller or the Azure propeller. The problem with that propeller is it's M5 mount only, and that makes it so that you really can't run it on any of the motors that we want to be running on these Ripsqueaks. This 1804 Ripsqueak is a meme build. This is way too big of a motor. So yeah, unfortunately, that's sort of just the situation. Where is... Okay, here it is. Let's see if this will play. On ye olde laptop here. 2.66 gigs, so this is the right file. I have a lot of settings locked. I need you guys to ignore the jacked up color balance. I don't really care about the color balance because I just fix it in Premiere. And I'm experimenting with different white balance settings on the hybrids right now to see if one or the other will give me better results after the color correction. Let's kill this. Oh God, sorry about that, guys. You're probably all deaf now. All right, I'll give you a little bit, just a little bit. So yeah, you see that? All right, so here already we've got an example of the speed of it changing brightness settings. Ready? So look, all the blacks are just totally lost, right? Because it doesn't have as wide of a dynamic range, but now it's starting to expose a little bit better for the dark. So it's never going to do as good of a job. And there was just a little, yeah, there's a little jello in there. So this is the 1504, the Zing 1504 rig on the Dal 3028 propellers, and these propellers are chewed up. So this is not as fresh of a set of propellers, but that's on purpose. I don't want to have to run these rigs on fresh propellers. I had talked to that guy, by the way, under there. We'd been talking, and when he walked, so yeah, he was cool with it. He showed up on an electric board and he came over and we're chatting. He's from that van right there. There was a van full of kids that eventually were playing baseball, riding electric skateboards around. So there was, yeah. See that? See how slow it adjusts? Ready? And dark. Like, so it's not doing as good of a job. So it's, when I'm pointing down at the ground here, it's exposing for the ground because the majority of the frame is the dark ground. So it's doing a good job right here. But as I pitch back and I pull more of the bright sky into the frame, the Runcam hybrids do a worse job exposing for the sky rather than exposing for the ground. And I don't really care about the sky, I care about the ground. This does not happen in the FPV feed. The FPV feed looks great all the time. It's just the HD feed on the Runcam hybrid. This is probably very similar, if not identical, to what you're gonna get from the Runcam Peanut. See, ready? Boom. Now look how dark the ground is. See, it exposed for the clouds. And now, in fairness, I do have the bright sky in almost half of the frame, but GoPro and Insta360 Go, they have a better dynamic range. So the darks will not get as dark and the brights will not be as bright. So you don't notice this as often because they just have a better range. The Runcam has less of a range. So when it makes these adjustments, you notice it more, A. B, it makes the adjustments slower and like less naturally. And that again makes you notice it more. So they're you get what you pay for, right? This is totally unfair to compare a $300 HD camera from Insta360 to essentially a $60 HD camera from Runcam, a tiny little company, right? All that being said, the Runcam hybrid footage, when you're not pointing it between the ground and the sky, so you kind of fly it a little bit differently, but also kind of like naturally. Think about like you dive a building, so you're on your way up the building, which nobody cares about. It's going to have a hard time because you're going to have the sky on the top of the frame and then the building. But as soon as you turn it down to look straight down, it's going to expose properly for the ground because there's no sky left, and it's going to look great all the way down. So in like really dynamic settings, the Runcam hybrids are going to suffer. Cheap cameras are going to really suffer. But you can kind of edit around it, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. Which I will. I'm planning on doing a full-blown edit with some Runcam hybrid footage. So you guys will see. I'll be able to edit around it and put a really nice finished product up, I think. The Jello's not too bad. It looks like it's just at a certain RPM, specific RPM. See right there? That's the problem right here. Ready? This looks like shit right now. This is bad. There's no detail. It's completely black on the bottom of the frame. And what's my subject? My subject is not the sky. I don't care about the sky. I care about this light pole. And it's just black. Well, okay, now it's coming back because I'm pointing down. But in a freestyle flight, you're pitching up and down a lot. So you're going to make it do this adjustment over and over and over again. And yeah, it just, when you notice it, it's, if you don't notice, the idea is for you not to notice it, right? If you notice it, that's bad. And I really do notice it here. But again, I'll probably edit around it. We'll see. I'm actually really interested to see how good of an edit I can put together. There was full throttle chaos. Ready? This rig was unhappy at full throttle. I did actually adjust the TPA a little bit, and there you go. There's a lack of D-gain, a lack of ability to handle that prop wash. So this rig could benefit from more D-gain, but at full throttle, it's already having some problems. This is where I was talking to those kids' friends, and they were, freaking out and losing their minds. So this is just the standard, impress people stuff that we tend to do, which actually kind of it is a good test of some things, because when you press people, you like you know, full throttle, slam it around, and that's a good opportunity to look to. See, here's a perfect example, right? I drop down low, and when you drop down low, you tend to look up at the sky, and when I do so, it exposes for the sky and not for the bottom part of the frame, which is where your actual subjects are, right? I've been playing around with, you have 3 settings for the auto exposure. Spot metering, which only exposes dead center, a small little spot right in the center is what it will expose for. And then there's center weighted, which exposes mainly for the center of the frame, but it gives a little bit of exposure priority to the outside of the frame. And then there's like an auto setting, or like averaging, it's sometimes called, and that looks at the entire frame equally, and it tries to expose for the entire frame equally. And I've been bouncing those settings around back and forth and back and forth and back and forth to try to find the setting that will work the best. And to be honest, I haven't found one that works better than another, because when we fly freestyle, it's so dynamic. We're just all over the place. We're looking up, we're looking down, we're looking up, we're looking down. When we fly low to the ground, there's a lot more sky in the frame. When we fly up higher, there's a lot more ground in the frame. I think center weighted averaging is going to be the best, because typically we keep our subjects towards the center of the frame, but not always. Northern Tier, this is the Runcam hybrid. So yeah, I just got to keep flying and keep watching the HD footage to figure out which one is best. I don't have a preference quite yet. Let me look at what it's on right now, because I actually don't know. Insta360. Oh, no, that's not the right software. I need this Insta360 software. So that's not the right one either, because it's not the Insta360, it's the Runcam. So I want the Runcam software. Okay, Runcam hybrid. This is what the Runcam software looks like. So you pick hybrid, you hit QR code configuration, and then you just dial all your settings in here, and then you generate. It's really nice. I love this setup, right? So you put all of your settings in here, and it remembers the settings from last time. And then you hit generate QR code. It generates this QR code. You turn your rig on. You hold one of the 2 buttons. A green light comes on, and you just hold this QR code in front of it. It reads the QR code, and it updates the settings. Brilliant. Runcam, fucking thank you. Cadix, what are you thinking with that Bluetooth setup that you had in the Tarsier? So these settings were 2.7K 60 frames. I'm doing that lately because I think 4K and 2.7K look exactly the same. On cheaper cameras, the maximum resolution, sometimes it looks worse, but almost always the maximum resolution looks no better than one step down. This is all cheap cameras. And 60 frames, I think Instagram is doing 60 frames. I've seen a bunch of reels that I swear to God are 60 frames on Instagram. So yeah, I'm doing 60 frames because that might be fun to play around with. Video quality high, loop recording off, volume high, shutter. Oh, look at me, I locked the shutter. Okay. Huh, I locked the shutter at 1/30th of a second, which is interesting because the resolution is at 60 frames. So that's probably an error in the software allowing me to lock it at 130. So I'm actually going to change that. It's now locked at 160, so I need to redo these. ISO, I moved all the way up to 800 because the tiny little sensor in this camera has a really hard time with low light. And the last time I flew this thing at golden hour, which is basically this is actually a little bit past golden hour. Last time I flew these rigs at golden hour with the ISO limited down to like 400, it was awful. It was unusable. This is great. This is actually I think perfect. So Runcam Hybrid ISO 800, the number that you set for the ISO is the maximum that it will go. If 800 ISO is too bright, it will pull the ISO down, which is perfect. That's what you want. So yeah, that's really good. And then over here in the general tab of the Runcam Hybrid software, I've got saturation set to 2, exposure set to 0. Okay, yeah, so it's a plus or minus exposure. If it's always dark, you can plus it. If it's always too bright, you can minus it. Contrast is set to 2. 2 is middle. So saturation, contrast, sharpness are all set in the middle. Okay, this is with center weighted metering. So this is not with, the 3 options are center weighted metering, average metering, spot metering. Again, spot metering is just going to expose for a tiny little spot dead center. Average metering is going to expose for the entire frame. Center weighted metering is going to expose mainly for the center of the frame, but it is going to give some thought to the outsides of the frame. So basically, the center weighted metering, which this is already on, is not quite center weighted enough. So the next thing I'm going to try, which I haven't tried yet, is spot metering. So I'm going to put this onto spot metering. White. Okay, so the white balance that you're seeing here is a cloudy white balance. I will fix that in Premiere. The reason why I did cloudy is because on a cloudy day, it's going to be properly exposed. On a sunny day like this, it's going to be a little bit warm. And that looks fine. Warm looks okay. Versus if you set it to daylight white balance, and then you fly on a cloudy day, it's going to look blue, which looks awful. So it's a safer setting to lock it onto cloudy. And I hate having it on auto because it'll incorrectly pick. Like you'll fly past something in like a weird color and it'll go like, oh, it's daylight now. It'll change the daylight, and then you'll point up at the sky to be like, oh, it's cloudy now. And it'll move the colors all around. That's a nightmare to tune out in Premiere. Low light image enhancement is turned off because that varies the frame rate. You don't want it on, it's bad. And then those are the only settings. So I'm gonna generate QR code, and then I'm gonna grab one of these batteries. I need to do this now or I'll forget to do it. Plug in power. I forget which button it is, but one of these buttons is gonna make that green blue flashing light turn green. I'm holding it down, there it is. Now it's in QR code mode. We hold the QR code up, wait, hold on. We hold the QR code up. I'm gonna show you how you can tell that it's locked in. Hold it up, and that green light goes blue. That means it read the QR code. Isn't that the fucking greatest thing ever? So now I did it on one rig, I'm gonna do it on the other. On this one, and okay. I have to do the same thing on both because I can never remember which one is set to which. Same deal, we're gonna hold that same button. Oh wait, no, this one's still got a memory card in it, so it's actually started to record. All right, stop the recording. I'm gonna hold this button, green light, QR code, green light goes blue. Good to go. Settings updated. Come on. Come on, tell me that's not... I like that better than GoPro's method of updating stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's how all cameras should update, I think. Cool, so we'll see how spot metering works. Realistically, what I need to do, what I've been meaning to do, is go out a little bit before golden... No, I should actually do this in the middle of the day, because in the middle of the day, the lighting won't change in between batteries. Golden hour, things change pretty quickly. Oh, no. What I should do is go out in golden hour, because that's usually when I fly, and spend like 2 batteries just changing settings. Change the setting, like write it down or record it. Yeah, there's a microphone on these. So I should go in and set the settings, plug the battery in, record, hey, this is with spot metering turned on. Fly like a loop that includes looking up, looking down, rolling, moving, subjects, come back, change the settings real quick, bang, back up in the air, and just do that like 7 or 8 or 9 times in a row to check the metering modes, to check the ISO limiting I need to check, the shutter speed I need to check, and 2.7K versus 4K. Although 2.7 versus 4K, I can check that on the bench. I want to check that on the bench, actually, because that's a more one-to-one comparison. Once you're out and flying around, maybe you're looking at something weird, and it's gonna, have collect more light. These little tiny sensors do better when you're the more light you give them. So if you give them a whole bunch of light, it's gonna look like a higher resolution. If you start to limit them on the amount of light that they've got, they look way worse than the resolution that they're actually at. Let's watch the rest of this clip. This'll actually be cool because they're like, you should fly under the car, and I was like, okay, of course. So this is gonna get really dark. So let's see how this does. This is with ISO at 800. Yo, that's doing a really good job. I might be able to back the ISO off to 400. That, I mean, I don't really need it to expose that well under cars. So I feel like I can drop that ISO down a little bit. But if I leave it at 800, it'll do better. It'll do better if I fly it beyond this into even darker than this, basically. Because you can see this, the sun is still like up in the sky to some extent. All right. So this is pretty good, man. I mean, like, look at the resolution. The resolution is really, really nice. That's the one thing that impresses me the most about the Runcam Hybrid, is that the resolution just looks great, man. Like, without the slow light to dark changes. And in fairness, the light to dark changes are more drastic towards the end of the day here. In the middle of the day, the lighting is much more even. So yeah, this is not bad, man. This is the best. See, it's really bad right there, though, right? Like, that's unacceptable. Ready? And awful. Like, that you can't, like, I have to edit around that. If I make an edit with this, I can't leave that in. That looks awful. And then it goes right back to bright again. So, like, here's what's happening, right? We're looking at, so we're center weighted metering, right? So it's too dark right now because I was just looking up at the sky. But now the center is too dark, so it's gonna bring the brightness up. Ready? Watch it bring the brightness up. Boom. So now the light is properly exposed, and we're looking down at the ground, so it's probably going to get even brighter. Ready? Now, it's a little bit brighter, right? The grays are a little bit better exposed here. But now watch. I've already got the sky coming in on the right side. As I add more sky, it's going to drastically dump down to really dark on the ground. Ready? So now it's still perfectly exposed. Now I'm going to bring the sky in. The sky is totally blown out. Ready? And now the ground is just all wrong. The sky looks fine now, but the ground is all wrong. And the ground is our subject, right? Your eyeballs are looking down at the ground, so all of a sudden your subject is like awful. Now look at it, right? Like you can't see anything down low. That is the issue with the Runcam Hybrid. And or all cheap cameras. And I think I just went full throttle and got a bunch of jello. Yeah, it's only for a split second. It's just a tiny little full throttle blip, but let me see if I can pause it inside that jello. The jello's not that bad. It's hard to see in still frames, so it's not that bad. Actually, oh, there it was. There was the jello. When I climb up the pole, ready? That's what she said. There it is. There's the jello. Again, these were beat up props, but this is exactly what I want to see. I want to figure out how to, how to get these rigs so that you can fly them on beat up props, but not have jello. Oh, and that was the end of that battery because I slammed it into that light pole right after that. All right. So that's the 1504 rig. Last thing we're going to look at here is the 1804 rig, which should have been on the same settings. I can't guarantee that. There's a chance that I put these two rigs on slightly different settings before I realized that there was no way I would remember what those settings were between the two of them. So there's a chance this is on slightly different settings, but I doubt it. I really doubt it. Hold on. Get this thrown into the computer here. And, oh, look at that. It's 450. Good timing. Tim says, the Jello made that light pole look like it was dancing. A pole dancing. Oh. See what you did there. Adrian Glassner says, I thought you said you hated editing. I do, but I have to do it. It's the part of my job, right? FPV is now my job. It's the part of my job that I hate. And we've all got parts of our jobs that we hate. It's, you know, just a part of the game. The other reason that I spend a lot of time trying to get these settings as good as possible in camera is to reduce the amount of editing that I have to do. So it's all sort of interrelated here. Plus, if you get it right in camera, it's always going to be better. That's just the truth. The end result is always going to be better, I should specify. All right, here we go with the 1804 rig. Let's see what's going on with Jello. Let's see what's going on with other things. So, on the ground, oh wow, the colors look a lot better on this. The colors are way better balanced. There's not that terrible green hue. That's interesting. That either means that A, I did not have the settings the same on these two, or B, the hybrid in that other one has an issue. So we'll see. Next time, I know that the settings are the same on these two, so we'll see next time I go out and fly these. This looks really good. All right, so already it's starting to do it again. We know it's gonna. This was really tight in here. I wanted to go like ripping through there, but it was like way tighter than it kind of looked. So the main thing I'm looking for right now is Jello and or prop wash. Again, this is the 1804 rig, and this is on T-Motor 3140s, fresh T-Motor 3140s. Which I love. They're my favorite. Look at that. Look at that explosion of throttle. Give you guys a little bit more of the desktop audio, but not a lot. Just so you can hear what the motors are doing. That looked like Jello. Yeah, there's a little shimmy in there. There's a little bit of shimmying, which is confusing because I spun these 1804s up and they spin like beautifully clean. What was that? Why'd you stop playing? What? What are you doing? Work. What? What? Why? Why did... What is happening? Okay, it won't even quit. Okay, we're back. I don't know what the hell that was, but... Alright, let me just kind of keep looking here. So, it's no better with the light to dark. Yeah, there is a bunch of jiggling going on there, though. What is that about? What? What do you... Why? Stop. Keep playing, dude. What? Why? What are you doing? What is your deal? Why? What? okay. I don't know. Well, what? Where'd the fucking files go? What is going? What? Is this memory card maybe like shitting the bed right before our eyes? Or has the computer finally had enough? I have a funny feeling the computer might be revolting. Okay, nothing's working. There was a little bit of Jello, which what I really need to do is take this rig out and just do like a steady cruise and just slowly increase the throttle. That's how you really find where the Jello is, and then you can figure out, is it propeller related? Is it motor related? Is it a broken arm? Is it, oh wait, is this the rig that's got the arm that I meant to change? No, the arms are solid. Yeah, arms are solid. Interesting. This is a more solid camera mount than most, but it still does have a little bit of wiggle. It's still got a little bit of movement, which is always what I want. Is the camera mount touching the bottom, maybe? No, doesn't look like it. So yeah, I need to keep trying to find the source of the Jello with this rig, which is, man, is that an annoying process. It's why getting these Ripsqueaks dialed in has taken so long. We got another couple minutes here. Let me plug it in, and I'm gonna look at the filtering. I'm gonna look at the PIDs. Pretty sure that it's not mid-throttle oscillations, but you never know. Metal Dirksen said, let me get caught up on chat too. Metal Dirksen says, would the 1606 be the perfect size for 3.5-inch props if it wasn't so notchy? No, the 1505s rip on 3.5-inch props. Looking for something to replace those battery melting 2004s. Yeah, the Toka 1505s, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Or the X-Nova 1804s. Either one of those motors you cannot go wrong with. The X-Nova 1804s have the 3mm motor shafts, so they will be way more basher friendly. The Tokas are just good. The Toka 1505s are just good. If you want T-mount, Toka 1505s. If you want M5 mount, X-Nova 1804s. Ramdago says, is the monitor just shut? Oh, it's because it's been on for too long. There's some power save setting on this monitor that I don't know how to turn off. Jesus. Ramdango says, is Insta360 a lot about the software? From an image standpoint, no. It's just a good camera. The software is great. The software's flow state thing and the horizon lock are fucking phenomenal. I turn them off because I just like the way freestyle footage looks unstabilized. But the Insta360 Go software is amazing. But you didn't get to see anything from the software a minute ago. Hey, let me go, now that we just looked at that, let me really quickly put back on the Insta360 Go footage so that you guys can see the difference. I kind of want to see the difference back to back like that myself. So again, look at the speed of the light to dark transitions and just how natural it sort of is. So looking down at the ground, right? And now I'm going to pitch back. Oh, you know what? I was flying this nose down because I was like covering tons of ground. And that's going to make its job a lot easier. But see, look at that. Look at how much better exposed the sky to the parking lot is. And this is the last battery I flew. So this is the most drastic difference between the brightness of the sky and the brightness of the ground. It's just a better camera. It's a better sensor. It's, you know, an extra $240 to play with in the hardware and the software of the camera. You can see the shadows are a lot longer. That's how you can tell it's later in the day. I want a moment where I really point it up at the sky though, so we can see the There you go. Look at how much sky is in the frame. There you go, right? So you can see it a little bit. You can see it starts to adjust, right? Ready? Man, it happens quick. It happens quick and it happens naturally. There you go. There you can see it when I come down from that. So it's bright, it's exposing for the ground. And then when I come down, I fill a bunch of frame with the ground and I see it darkens up. So it still has the problem. GoPro is still better, but this is much better than the hybrid, right? Like this is much more watchable than the Runcam hybrids. But again, this is a $300 camera that's not all that durable. The Runcam hybrids you can bang the shit out of and they will just laugh. So there's a place and a time and a use for each one. See, look at that. See, that's a really dynamic little thing that we just did there. Looking down at the ground, filling the sun is banging into the lens. Now we're looking up. We got a bunch. Oh, we got a bunch of the sky coming. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Filling the frame with the sky. And it did dark. See, it did, you saw the light on the ground darken and then lighten, but it's just much. It's much more natural. It's actually quicker, but it's weird. It's almost like it has more P gain and more D gain to the way that it adjusts. This is just, you know, this is a much more realistic HD freestyle kind of camera. You know what I'm saying? The Runcam hybrids are more just like, oh, you know, it's a micro, so it's janky. See here, we've got a lot of brightness on the top of the frame, so the bottom of the frame is dumping down. A GoPro would do an even better job of this, but we can very obviously see this is doing a better job than the Runcam hybrid. So here we're really going to see it, right? Now we're no sky in the frame. See, but look how gently it exposes, and it was kind of because of the flying. It was kind of because I nice and slowly, you know, big bright chunk on the left there, and I just naturally like took away the brightness from the frame nice and slow. But on the Runcam hybrid, I guarantee you if I had done that, it would have been a more drastic, more noticeable kind of thing. Insta360 Go 2 is also a much heavier setup. It's roughly a 30-gram weight penalty, whereas the Runcam hybrid is like a 10-gram weight penalty. So big difference there for sure. That being said, I love the weight on these rigs. I love the way this rig with the Insta360 Go flies. It much more closely mimics a 5-inch flight experience. That's cool. That's really, yeah, that's really cool to see that back to back. You know, not as good as a GoPro, but definitely better than a Runcam hybrid, right? Everybody, you guys can see that, right? Can anybody not see the differences? Is anybody just like, I don't know what the hell he's saying, it all looks fine. All right, cool. I'm gonna get caught up on chat real quick, and then we're gonna shut this down. It is 5 o'clock. Awesome. Huckleberry FPV says, "Hey, got a boogie woogie in left nostril." Ramdongo says, "Bogey left o'clock." Oh wait, what? Wait, what's my left? Your guy's left is. Do I have a booger? I'll make it better or worse. Is that what you guys are saying? Ramdongo says, with the last comment of the stream, he says, "Not sure the quality is coming through the stream equals worth a short vid." Yeah, we can't because of the 720p. Now you guys got me all fucking paranoid. Because of 720p, we're not looking at the quality. We're just looking at things like jello, light handling, stuff like that. To be honest, the quality, like the pixel quality, it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same between these two. I'm shocked at the quality of the Runcam hype. Well, here, really quickly, really quickly, we can take a look at this. I'll take a screenshot and I'll blow the screenshot up. This is how pixel peepers in the photography community compare. So let's take a shot looking at the ground. So Let's make sure it's properly exposed. I want to try to get one where I'm not moving all that much. This is right at the end of the battery. There we go. All right, so let me take a screenshot of this. Full screen screenshot. Okay. And then we're gonna go to the, oh, I already ejected it. Let's get that back in there. And, all right, cool. And we're gonna come in here, and this is me at the bench. This is the actual flight footage. Okay, so it's already full screen, great. Is there anything where I was over there towards the parking lot? Should be, right? Okay, beautiful. I want to try to find something when I'm just falling. Oh, that was it. That was it. All right, let's get it on that drop. Perfect. This is the other family I was talking to. Okay, so we're gonna go. This is actually this. I'm moving forward a bunch. Here, let me just waste that screenshot. I'm moving forward a bunch. I can find something better than that. Come on, past me. Throw it up in the air and look down. Come on, come on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No, moving too quick. I want to try to get one where I'm like kind of stalled out a little bit. Is this it? Is this it? Nope, 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 nope. Come on. Come on. Slow yourself down. Slow your roll, bro. Slow your roll. Slow your roll and look down. Anything over here? Oh, 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 oh! Oh, that was a pretty good one. I feel like I can get it better, though. Oh, I think I threw it up over here. No, come on! Oh, there should be one up here. Yeah, here we go. Throw it, throw it, throw it, do it! Come on! You know you want to use full throttle. Use it. Use full throttle. There we go. Here's one. Nope. Come on. Use full throttle. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Throw it up over something. Come on. You know you want to. You know you can't stay off of full throttle for more than 5 seconds. Come on, past me. There we go. Hey, there we go. That's a good one. I'm a little bit lower to the ground, but that's okay. All right. Let's see here. So we're gonna have 2 screenshots, and all right. Yeah, this is the stuff right here. Okay, let's get rid of this one. Okay, so here's 2 screen. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I'm a little bit higher on the Insta360 Go one. So how do I? There we go. All right, so I'm gonna go full screen, and then I'm gonna zoom once, twice. Oh, you can't when you're full screen? Really? That's the stupidest thing in the world. All right, so let's do this. And okay, full screen. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so now we're starting to get a bunch of pixelation there. Remember that. I'm gonna go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we're starting to get a little bit of garbage on the edges there. Let's go back up. But that's a white thing that we're looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then let's try to find something white in this frame. There we go. Okay, yeah. So this is the Insta360 Go 2, and it's doing a better job of the like defining the edges. One of the things one of the areas you can really see digital images fall apart is the edges between light and dark, and you can see this is doing a really nice job in here with keeping these edges clean, versus when we look at the 3, 4, 5, 6, when we look at the Runcam hybrid, we got just a lot more garbage on these edges. You start to see it kind of falling apart here. You know, you got some crap happening there. Let's zoom all the way in. This is Insta360 Go. Let's see how far it'll let us zoom in. Go to the max. All right, so now we're looking at individual pixels. All right, so that's the Insta360, and now we're gonna go to the Runcam hybrid. I'm gonna scroll this up a little bit. All right, so because I want to look at this tree up here, so it's a fair comparison. There we go. So that's roughly like where that tree was, and still looking all right. Actually, pretty surprised. I thought it would be worse. Let me see if I can. Isn't there a tree over here somewhere? Where's that tree at? There's the tree. So you see how much more muddy it is too? That's something that I'm definitely noticing. So that's all the way in, and it's just more muddy. But this is back to the Insta360. Zoom all the way in. Enhance. See how much more definition there is in between the branches? That's what we're looking for. So yeah, it is better for sure. Yeah, see, this is definitely more muddy. This tree is definitely more muddied. And that's not because I was moving faster in this one. That's just, you know, a $60 HD camera versus a $300 HD camera. But the Runcam hybrid is damn impressive. Damn impressive, especially for $90 with an FPV cam built in. You know? All right, people, I love you. Thanks for hanging out. This has been a long one. I'm tired. There will be edits coming from all of these cameras soon, but I'm just getting the rigs dialed in first, so be patient, please. You guys are always patient. I'll give you the whole Insta360 flight for the end of the live stream here. Let me just get you some music. Oh, no, don't need to do that. Let's launch music, and ooh, my voice is jacked. Music, and let's just pick one here. Let's grab, oh no, this doesn't tell me if it's a Epidemic Sounds or not. I'll open the folder like a pleb. Hold on. Music, there we go. ES, now we're talking. Electric Scuba Duba Dive, great. Be good friend. Alright people, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I'm going to drop this time slot again. Hopefully my voice is not. Be good. Be kind to your